super, super excited for all of these things coming, collaborating with some very beautifully gifted people here in Utah. So, so just want to share my excitement and my growth. And I think that's all part of what this year is. So, all right. Now, as many of you know, who've been following me, I will get numbers. And it's very interesting. I have been going back and forth today, which this happens often when the number is connecting with, obviously one of my callers, both of my callers tonight, but I have been getting the number 17 as a very strong number. And then right after that, the number 23 has been very visual. So for those who, are wondering, okay, well, great. What does that mean? Well, this means I'm connecting with, spirit, with someone's loved one who has crossed over. The number 17 and the number 23 will be a significant death date, birth date, age, year. This is kind of where they bring this in. So, we'll kind of see how that meshes in with tonight's callers. But with that said, I was going back and forth about whether or not I was going to pull a affirmation card or if I was going to pull an oracle, and I just felt affirmation was where I was heading. So I pulled the number 23, the 23rd affirmation. And so here is your beautiful affirmation for the week for all of y'all's. And I think this will just resonate and fit in, I feel, for most people. But it says, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So this is where I'll tell you, if you know what that immediate gratification is about, it's like finding the patience and knowing, all right, good things come to those who wait, right? Very cliche saying, but it's very true without a doubt. So I know that there's many things that I have been patiently waiting to, manifest and have come my way when it comes to my journey and wanting to just do more events and bigger events. And it's coming. It's slowly. Last year, I was able to do a little mini tour on the East Coast. Got to see many amazing, people and locations on the East Coast, and got to go to Indianapolis. And so it's getting there. And now I want bigger. I want bigger. So I'm really hoping, I'm not, I'm hoping, but I know it's coming. So anyhow, patience is being rewarded. My turn will come, whatever that may be. Just take in account that everything happens at the right divine time. And I know that's so hard sometimes to wrap your head around and to trust, but I'm telling you, take it from the mini medium, take it from me. I don't know how much that matters, but I'm telling you, the stuff comes. So, all right, my friends, well, let's go ahead and take our first caller. And boy, this is Charles Sia from Tennessee. Is that right? Hi, Charles Sia.
Yes, you said it. You said it perfectly. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. I have never heard that name before. It is beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Does it come from a handed down family name or someone that has crossed over, by the way?
It was a friend of the family.
A friend of the family? Yeah. And it just really, has that friend passed?
I am not certain, actually.
Oh, okay. I just had, the minute I said your name, I had chills everywhere. And a lot of times that's my body's way of just responding to spirits. So just kind of curious if that did or not. But anyhow, I think it's a beautiful name and it fits with your beautiful energy. So I'm excited to see what happens today with your reading. So how can I help you tonight?
Me too. Thank you so much. I'm really open, just maybe for a message from my highest and greatest good.
Beautiful. Oh, I love how you put that. I love it. You got it, my friend. So let me ask you, I think I'm going to use a few cards. So we're going to throw a few tarot cards in the mix here. You may have heard, as I was saying earlier, numbers come in, they'll connect with you, as a birth date, death date, or maybe a favorite number. But the number 23 and the number 17 have been very strong today. do you resonate with one of those numbers or both for that matter?
17. I think I remember someone asking me what my favorite number is, and that's the number that I landed on.
Oh, I love
17.
that. I love that. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, I'll tell you that is just some validation of our beautiful connection and just the purpose and the intent of you and I connecting. So I love it. All right. I love that you're very open and just to whatever message comes here. So I'm going to pull a few cards for you and
Thank you.
see yeah, you're welcome. Of course. And thank you for calling in. I love it. Okay. All right, my friends. So I just kind of intuitively pulled a few cards for you. One, yes, I counted the number 17th card. This is kind of how I mesh your energy into the reading. And the first card you pulled, I love this for you, is this beautiful strength card. And girl, if that is not you, I don't know what is. So this beautiful Leo, all about the lioness and that strength, I feel without a doubt is going to be part of your message tonight, but it really embodies who you are. And I knew that the minute you hopped on. So lots of that beautiful energy of the strength that you have had to really endure to get through a lot of what I see that you went through. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and how it's meshing. But the other card you pulled, or we pulled with your reading, is this Ace of Cups card. And that card came out of the deck upside down. So that's really connecting with your shadow work, which is really the things for who are not familiar with shadow work. It's what you're working on just for yourself or what you know you need to work on to just try to be the best version of you. So when I see these for you, my friend, well, you are really having a very transformational year. And last year was the year of karmic energy. So a lot of what we were putting out into the universe, if not all of it, was coming back tenfold, meaning twice as much. So there's such a sense, I feel, that you've got a great optimistic, way of looking at things, very positive. And it's a feeling of that you're getting back in return all of the hard work that you've been putting into just in your journey. You're very spiritual. There is no doubt about that. One thing I love that I'm connecting to for you as well is that beautiful heart chakra. And that is one thing I say women, we really struggle with, releasing the energy, getting that chakra working. You've done a lot of work, my friend. I can feel it. Do you feel like you're being able to kind of, get past some of these blocks and barriers that you've had?
I do. I feel like I've been digging kind of back into the shadow work. And then when you mentioned heart chakra, it just made me take a really relieving deep breath.
Yes. Yeah. I love that. I love it. And that, I think sometimes, I think sometimes, I know without a doubt that, us as humans need validation of our work. It's what helps keep us going in life. And, some people say, well, I don't need validation. I don't need someone to validate. Well, sure you do. Someone's got to let you know that, they can see your progress or validate your hard work. And that's what I feel for you. So, this Ace of Cups actually also represents new beginnings. The ace is the beginning of, in a standard deck of cards, the ace is the beginning card in every suit. So this is the beginning of you filling up all these cups, which is what I see that you're doing, and letting go of the things that have not been serving you in a positive way. So if anything, there's such a beautifully strong message for you, my friend, that, you've got a very strong mother energy. I just felt come in. Oh boy, I just got chills on my whole left side. Your left side is your divine feminine. Yep. And how proud that this mother is of you and how you have dug deep into finding yourself and the roots and, where you came from, and not just finding them, but learning to, take care of them, to nourish them, to get you to where now you are fully blooming, if you will, into your true soulful, beautiful self, if you will, and what you're supposed to be doing in this lifetime. So I will tell you, I'm supposed to also mention that where you are at in your life with children, that they are okay with this. I don't know why that's important, but I had to tell you. Does that make sense?
It does, very much so. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And this is your beautiful life, journey that, in this lifetime. I mean, I feel like we have many, but, that's a whole other show. But I'll tell you, if anything, the biggest message for you, my friend, is please do not stop the progress. Keep moving forward. And, I'll tell you, I'll even say, as I'm tapping into some clairvoyancy, premonitions, predictions, I would say about, let's see, July, August, about the July, August time, I really feel you're going to see a beautiful shift in your path, in your energy, where I feel that next spiritual ascension or spiritual awakening, as we call it, is coming. So be prepared, watch for that to come. They can be very exhausting. They can feel like sometimes they'll make you feel lost. So if you're in that mindset, just get yourself back to center, get yourself grounded, and keep moving forward. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. I hope this helped you. And just knowing that you've got such a beautiful maternal, motherly support on the other side that is just validating your life decisions, I think is just beautiful. So I hope that helped you tonight.
This was so wonderful. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it.
You're so, so welcome. Thank you for calling in, and have a wonderful night, and take care of you. Sending you lots of good love and light.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, hon. Okay, bye-bye. All right, beautiful. Okay, we got some time to take another caller. And I think this is Connie, and Connie's from Canada. Hi, Connie, this is Mini Medium.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi.
How are you doing, hun?
I'm okay. Yeah, it was weird because I was on the same call as the other person, and I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not.
Oh, no. Oh, how funny. You were kind of in the waiting room for me. I love it, though. Well, so since you got to hear, do you connect or resonate with like the number 23 or the number 17?
23 is, well, no, not really, no.
Okay.
July 23rd is my partner's birthday.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know anything about you, my friend. I had no idea who I was connecting with.
April 17th, my son's girlfriend's coming on the 17th from England.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, I have a feeling I know why that we're connecting with your partner's birth date and where that your special guest is coming from England. That's awesome. I love it. But I'll elaborate on that a little bit more in a moment. But how can I help you tonight? Did you have a specific question?
I do have a specific question. Do you do health at all?
I sure do. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So I was off sick for about 3 years from work because I have a hip tear. And
okay.
I've been to one orthopedic surgeon to get it fixed because it really gets really painful, and I haven't been to work because of it. I've been off on a disability. Now I have an appointment with another orthopedic surgeon on the end of the month, and he's a sports medicine orthopedic surgeon. And, I'm terrified to go, but I don't know maybe if this man can help me. One already said no, that he couldn't help me. And so I haven't returned to work because I can't get it fixed.
Okay. 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 So is your question really, should we go to the doctor, the sports medicine, or or what is the question ultimately that I can help you with?
Like, is he going to help me? Is he going to help me, or is he not going to help me?
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood and answered your question the best I can. So,
Okay.
I feel like that, through life, we're always told, get a second opinion, right? Get a second opinion. And, I agree with that. I really do. But I also feel like that we know ourselves more than anybody else. I feel we just, this is just my own belief, whether you believe in God or the universe, whoever the higher power has really given women, and no offense to the men, but a mother's intuition. And women have a very strong intuition to where we've been given this so that we can, intuitively, connect to our babies or to other, women, men, whatever it may be. And so when I was listening to you, there's such a hesitation about this other doctor that I feel the answer, my friend. I feel you do, but sometimes, like I just mentioned with my last caller, it's nice to just feel validated, It's just nice for someone to say, yeah, actually, I think you're right, So when I see this other doctor, now don't get me wrong, amazing. I love the physicians, the doctors, and obviously I'm not a doctor, so I can't advise. However, I really feel I want you to listen to your beautiful intuition, and the sports medicine part of it, as I put this in, I don't feel this aligns with you. I just don't feel this is what the problem
is. Like I'm not into sports at all. I'm not into sports at all. So I couldn't figure that part out really. But I guess a hip tear maybe has to do with sports medicine. I don't know. It's not like I go out and play football or hockey or, wouldn't that be sports medicine? And so I guess you don't see me returning back to work then.
Well, and here's the thing, I really feel that, I'm going to tell you, go see this doctor, and here's why. Because, and this is where I was going to say, listen to the intuition, but I'm going to tell, there's a feeling I'm getting, this is why I do what I do, and it's a feeling, it's a vision I see, that this doctor is going to open up some more doors. They may not be able to help you directly, but I feel this doctor is going to give you some more options, open up some more doors of someone that can, so you can go back to work. Now, I'm a little bit worried, if you will, maybe a little reluctant about you not going back to work, and for a couple reasons. One, a financial aspect, but also an emotional one. You have such a beautiful energy, my friend. I can tell that you're very social. You just can get along with people. And if you are at home, my friend, and not doing anything to have that exchange of energy with other people, you will just get in that dark space. And I would hate for that to happen. So if anything, maybe not going back to doing what you used to do, which I don't feel that that's ultimately where I'm seeing you headed. But regardless, you've got to get back to work, and I do see that. I do see it. But this doctor, this sports medicine, I really feel go and see what they have to say, because I'm telling you, mark my words, my friend, they're going to give you some more, whether it's tools options to use to help you. Yeah, options. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, that he could help me in other ways, even like some way of, some options at least, Yeah, because the other guy just said, no, I can't help you. And, go to pain management basically, and then my original orthopedic surgeon that sent me to him said, oh no, we're not going to send you there, they're just going to put you on pills. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I don't take pills. I'm a vitamin person, but I don't do well with pills because I'm allergic to a lot of things. So they make me break out, or I don't, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Well, and it would just be,
I look for natural alternatives. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And, it's your way of connecting with your intuition, right? You are intuitively knowing yourself and your body and what it needs. And that's why I feel like you going and seeing this, sports medicine, and that, hearing sports medicine, I kind of laugh because I thought, well, I don't see, like you had said, I don't see how they're playing football or hockey or, maybe, I don't know, maybe bowling or golf or, but still we use our hips for all of that stuff, so,
but doctors know more doctors, and they know other doors that can open. And that's why I said I should just go anyways.
Agreed.
My intuition is telling me to go. I think I have a strong intuition, and my intuition is telling me that I've been cooped up too long, because I do have an energy, and it's killing me just to not do something.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely, my friend. And, I'll tell you, that connection with the numbers, being the 23, connected to your partner, and then the 17 of April being such a significant date of having, this guest coming in. I'm going to tell you this again, I've got such a lot of mother energy coming in. So has mom crossed over? Has your mom passed?
Yeah, my mom passed over. Yes, she did. Yeah.
Okay. I have a feeling your mom is here. This is her way of guiding you. This is her way of saying, and I'll tell you, there's such an approval, and wanting you. It's very important I let you know that 23 being connected to your partner is your mom's approval of who you are with and loving this person and what they are doing for you. The number 17 of who is coming in to see you is going to be such a beautiful, enlightening visit that it's just going to be
she's very enlightening. She's wonderful. Yeah, she's very enlightening. I understand my mom approves of the man that I'm with, but am I with the right man? I always wonder if I'm with the right man, because sometimes he drives me nuts. I've been with him 25 years, but I
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Sometimes I just don't know if he's the right. He gets on my nerves so bad.
Right? I think we all kind of go through that at times, right?
We go through that. I just always wondered if my relationship is okay, or if it's been hard on my health or hard on my stress.
Yeah.
Because my health was really not good for 3 years.
Well, and I'll tell you, and that very well, not knowing this, ultimately about, you and your partner, but hearing your mom or feeling your mom say to tell you that she approves and likes or loves how this person has been in your life and supporting you. I really feel that's, in a sense, the answer that mom's trying to give you, that, to stick it out, hang in there, that you guys are meant to be together, even though you drive each other crazy, but, so.
Yeah. Well, sometimes he just gets he's like who he is, but disrespectful almost, but I don't know if it is, honestly, or if it's just me because I'm cooped up now.
Yeah,
and you said, I'm tired. I really do want to go back to work, even if it's just part-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've got about 30 seconds, my friend. I'm so sorry. I hate having to cut you off, but 100%, I feel like you hit it right on the head. You getting back to work and having that, that energy exchange, things will start to align and mesh beautifully with you and your partner, okay?
Okay, and I will go to that appointment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys, that's another beautiful show, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. Go to my website, mini-medium.com, and I'll see you again next week. Bye, guys.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everyone. Welcome. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm here in London in the United Kingdom, and I am a clairvoyant medium, and I'm going to be connecting through to you, hopefully with my live callers here today, looking at your lives, seeing what's around you, answering your questions perhaps, and connecting through to spirit as well, which is what we like to do. We like to bring those ancestors to the fore and hopefully get that very all-important spirit message from your loved one who's passed over into spirit. But how are you? Because we're going to look at your circumstances as well. We're going to look at your life, what's around you, what's coming in, what your hopes and dreams are, and how you're going to get there. What is it that you're going to do? So in order to do that, I use cards. These are the Rider-Waite cards that I'm using here today. I also have angel cards that I use. That's just really for an oracle, an angel oracle. Now, we also have this little fella here. This is a heart, a purple heart, we call this one. Purple heart amethyst crystal. I'll be using that, plus my crystal ball, which is always popular. And this is a honey quartz crystal. It's rock crystal. And it's a very special crystal ball of mine because I use this for prosperity, for happiness, for something called Happen Chance. It's about destiny and about how your life is going to progress, what you can expect to see happen. So I will take a look into the crystal ball every now and again throughout your reading, and you can then ask me a question. Perhaps you would like to take a peek into the crystal ball too. That is a really wonderful way to really get started in your progression for psychic destiny, psychic development, and how you are going to be feeling really as time comes in. So I think we've got Jerry here on the line. Hello to you, Jerry.
Hi, Ellen.
Eleanor. Hello. How are you feeling now? I feel that you've been through a difficult time. That's why I'm asking how you're feeling now. So this should be a breakthrough time for you, Jerry. It's been hard though, hasn't it? Would you agree with that? That you've, really had to, pull yourself up completely and almost start again. It's as though the progression of your life was just halted. That was it. Just stood still for a moment. More than a moment, less than a year, more than a moment. Let's put it like that. And I feel that that's where you are right now. But Jerry, I'm just going to take a couple of cards here. Yeah. Stuck. That's what I'm feeling and what you're getting in your first card. It's as though you're stuck, you're being squashed here from both sides, from up there and down there. So you're sort of like in a box, and this is all about finances, prosperity, your money, your wealth. Where is that going to really come from as you go forward into the future, into your life, into your future? So that's where you're stuck at the moment. You're trying to find some ideas, I think, and also plotting a course, because you're putting down some markers here in your future pathway. This is your territory. This is where you really resign, and where you can place your hopes, dreams and wishes. What I have to say though is that as you're going forward, you're literally placing a couple of landmines there. So you want other things to happen. You want things to explode, and you want to be able to get rid of negative elements and really pursue your own dreams, your own pathway. So I think that these landmines that I can see are really relevant about how you're feeling. There's anger there. I think this is to do with your past as well, and also grief. There's a grieving element around you, Jerry.
Yes.
Look, money is going to be resolved. We've got this Ace of Pentacles, so it's just bringing abundance in to you, and that will happen whether you intend it to or not. So spirit,
how will that happen?
Well, spirit often bring this in the form of a gift, or in the way that an opportunity shows itself to you, or that something is resolved that should have been resolved in the past. So are you owed any money? Was there anybody that was really blocking that pathway for you to get some enhancement, some financial enhancement, or whether you're owed something from the past? Do you know about that? Do you know about that?
It was like a Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
That I was in. I put money in, and then they just took it all right from underneath my feet and pulled out the rug.
No. That's what I'm getting here. This misfortune or miscommunication, some negativity that happened in the past, and that's why you're throwing a few landmines. I wouldn't normally be saying that, but that is hypothetical. It's not a real one. It's just you dropping a couple of bombshells in the future pathway, and that's going to happen this year. It's in 2025. So I think there is some recourse that you will be able to take, and that there is a prosperous outcome. So I feel that you will be able to get something back, and that Spirit are helping you to do that. Well, I think that there's going to be an opportunity where there's a door that opens. It's a gateway door that allows you to make a claim or to take an action, but you're going to be helped with this. Is there somebody either in spirit or around you, initial of D? I really want to go to Daniel. Who is that? Do you know that name?
No, I don't. I know my dad, but not a Daniel.
Okay. What was your dad's name? Tell me his name. See if it's him. Pardon? Jim. Okay. It just sounds very similar, doesn't it? Perhaps it's your dad then that is coming through to you. Are you thinking about him? Is there a reason why he would do that?
No, I always think about him. He died within the year.
Okay. That's why.
So it's a recent, kind of recent.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's got to be where he's meant to be, and he's now able and willing to communicate to you. He's coming through in your dreams as well. Your dad is, that's Jim, and he is going to be helping you. So sometimes when Spirit realize where they are, and that he can see his family, which is you, they sweep the pathway clear. Now, I want to ask you, is there a public body or some authority that you can go to about this theft that was really your own assets, your resources that was taken from you? Is there anywhere that you can?
I've tried. I went and I hired somebody online even that was supposed to help me get it, and they stole my money also. They stole the payment. And then I went to the police department here, and they weren't able to help me either. They said they tried, but since it's out of the country, they can't do anything.
It was a civil case, well, if it's out of the country.
They're Russian. You know, they're from Russia.
Right, okay.
So,
there's a lot of scams out there, isn't there? You've got to be so careful.
Be careful.
Yeah. Particularly with money and resources. That's where you're going to get, most people who want what you have got. Well, somehow this is going to be replaced or replenished, because I do feel that there's a boost of prosperity to you. It stops this real unhappiness here from developing. And I feel that there's some help that's going to be there for you. Do you have a man by your side? Is there a neighbor or? Okay. And is he close to a neighbor? There seems to be like a neighborly element around you that is very important, either a community or a sense of community where people are gathering. And I feel it's from this sort of source that you're going to be able to get some guidance and sincerely some protection as well about yourself. You've got the Sun card here coming in. The Sun card is all about that prosperity and keeping you safe. Just going to have a look now into the honey crystal ball that's here. Okay, the initial of M is very, very powerful. I've got that written all over your crystal here as M for
Marian. Mother too. Also Marian.
That's your mum, is it, in spirit? Yeah?
No, mom is just mom, but Marian is an aunt of mine that I was very close with.
Okay, and she's in spirit, yeah? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, she's here. So M for Marianne is here. She was a lovely, lovely personality, full of good nature, wasn't she? Wants to send you lots of hugs and kisses, you know, so really warming, that sense of warmth and, you know, just genuine
she was
feeling.
awesome.
Yeah, she's got
awesome
tears
woman
in her eyes.
she was.
You know. Did she live close by to you?
Yeah, not far. Not far.
Yeah. She wants to say that she was always close by, always.
And then she moved back up north where her daughter is, and then she had passed away, and I didn't even know it for a couple months.
Oh, that's so sad. But she's so pleased to see you now, because I can see like there's tears that eyes are sort of welling up. There's lots of moisture around her eyes, and you know you were very special to her. That's what I feel is there for her. Her neck was a problem. Yeah. Her neck was a problem. I keep wanting to touch the back of my neck, so that must have been an area of discomfort. Did you know about that? Did you know that she had arthritis in her neck, top of the neck?
Yeah, she was older. Yeah.
That's what she was saying was the one thing that bothered her the most. And yet those awkward people in her life, she never gave a tuppence about them, never gave them a second thought, and loved it that you were strong. So you still are. You're a very strong person. And I think this is what she's saying to you, that she loves your strength of mind and the opportunity that you have. Don't worry about the money. It's coming back in other ways as well. And the man by your side, is he your partner? Is he the person that is supporting you? Because he's got some good news.
That's Bobby. We both support each other.
Yeah. I mean, he's lovely man. He's got to watch his stomach. You know, I've got all sorts of stomach ache that I have around him. So this is what Marianne is saying, and you as well. So just be thinking about what you're eating, what you're consuming, because I feel that that's going to change as a diet change. We never want to do that, do we? But maybe that's just something. Maybe that's just something that is necessary, but the benefits are going to be huge here. And there's animals around you. I can see little animals here in your crystal ball. Do you like your dogs? Yeah. Okay.
I have all of it.
You have what?
I have my cat recently passed away, but I have another cat, and I have 2 dogs and a bird.
Right, that's why you've got all the animals there, and so your cat passed away is always replaced by another cat, very psychic animals, and that's what's bringing you that psychic sense as well. So I feel that that's very special, really, for you, and animals here are helping you a lot for your well-being, for how you want to feel about yourself. I do, yes, I do, because in the crystal, if you can look here, this is where I sort of see spirit, like heaven, or, the ascended area. And that's where I saw the cat. And then down here, we've got other animals, cats and dogs. So I've got that sense of well-being with animals. You've been very protective towards the species, and they're bringing you a lot of joy as well, a great deal of pleasure.
They're my children.
That's what you need as well, to just be able to show that abundant love and have that security. So really do think about this money now that needs to come back to you, because it has been stolen from you. And in life, whenever there is an action that has been taken, there is a reaction to it. And that's what you have here, Jerry. You've got the laws of cause and effect coming into play, where because something precious has been taken and you were fooled by others, then you will get that reaction come back. So somehow you will be rewarded and recognized and replenished. So there are rewards, there's little presents coming for you. Remember the landmines that I've seen. So I do feel that there.
What do you mean by the landmines?
Well, it's as though you are sitting on a bench and you're throwing like a little stone into the water, just a ripple, and then suddenly it blows up. So I think what that is saying to me is that there is a way for you to expose the individuals that took this money. There is a way for them to be punished. There is a way for them to be known, and also a way for that money to be rewarded to you. So I don't think that this is a lost cause. I think it's unfinished business, and fate and destiny and spirit are taking over. You've connected now to your dad, to Marianne, your aunt in spirit, who's both passed over. They've both connected to you, and they're sweeping that path clean. The pathway that I see is your future. That represents your future, Jerry. So that's where you will see some occasions where you're exposing dramatically the actions of this group of individuals from Russia or from wherever they're from.
Russia and Africa.
Africa's well known for it here in the UK. You have to watch Nigeria as well. That's also, there's lots and lots.
That's in Africa, yes.
Yeah. That's what I've got here. So I feel that the landmines represent that. They're not a physical thing. There's nothing blowing up physically. It's a very hypothetical situation, symbolic of the sort of drama that you are likely to have happen on your behalf. This is on your behalf. This is for you. So it's a benefit, I think. Yeah, well, I'm hoping too. And with that in mind, I'm going to send you a wish here from Spirit, because you deserve it and you've been through a lot, and that's what I could connect to straight away. This, oh my goodness me, this lady has been through a lot, and now it's a breakthrough. It's time for everything to change. So one final card here before I have my next caller who will be coming in soon. So I'm just going to take you a card here, Jerry, and let's see what this card actually says for you and for your future.
Good.
Well,
come on, something good.
Yeah, it will be. It's the Emperor. It's the card of the Emperor. Now, this also represents your father in spirit. So he's come through and shown you him, and it represents for you authority. So there's some authority, some power that is going to look into these gangs who are scamming people. And I feel that at the very least, you will get some answers, and it's not going to be left just up in the air. So thank you so much here for coming in. I wish you well. That's my pleasure. Jamie, I think, is here next. Hello. Jaron, hello. I'm just being corrected by my producer there. And thank you for that. I'm Eleanor Grace. Are you on the line for me?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Welcome. Okay, let's have a look at you now, Jaron. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I do like to get people's names. Thank you. Great. That's wonderful. Well, I'm Eleanor, so nice to meet you and also to share in this space with you. It's a very important time. I do feel that for you. I think that you have to make big decisions, and these are about, well, big subjects, I think. So you're separating some ties now and you're cutting ties. So you're moving forward, but you're leaving people behind as well. So it's as though there's a separation that is happening, but this is of its own volition. So circumstances may well have conspired here for you, fate, destiny, whatever you want to call it, have arrived at a point where you can no longer sit on the fence here, Sharon. You have got to be making this decision and coming to a point sort of no return. So sometimes when we've got big things that we have to consider, we sort of make the mental decision, don't we? We make that decision in our mind, and then we think, oh, that was a big moment. Now what am I going to do? And then we leave it for a little while and we don't do anything. And then we come back to the same place again. And we decide if we can overcome those obstacles. And I feel that that's where you're at now. So I feel that you've sort of thought about everything in quite a considered way, and you're back at the beginning again, and now you've got to overcome some obstacles in order to achieve what you set out to in the first place. Is that correct? Is it, Jen?
Yes.
Okay. So is this also connecting to a close partner, somebody close to you, a person that has let you down or betrayed you in some way? Because you've got freedom here. That's why I'm asking that. There's this sense of the world, freedom, and you being independent, able to have your own choices back and make those decisions for yourself, and also not having to take too much notice of other people. And also, has somebody recently passed? Because I've got that sense of spirit passing as well that's with me now. So can you recognize that situation and those feelings that you are in here as well?
Not recently. Nobody's recently passed that is close to me now.
Okay. I would want to go back within about a year ago. So it would be at that sort of time that I'm looking at. But sometimes when people have passed over, they're not aware of it and they don't know where they are. And then they're sort of waking up. So that can also be the sort of sense of spirit they have around you. The initial of S is around you, want to go, I think it's a shush sound, like Sharon shares some, or Shuzi, something along those lines. So I'm going to give you those names. You don't have to connect to them. They're just wandering spirits that are around you. So this separation that I'm connecting to here, is that around your life right now? Do you feel that at the moment that you've reached a point of no return almost, where you've got to plunge in and take a new direction? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. When I say a new direction on your own path, being independent, do you feel that you have the strength to do that, that you can take those steps forward on your own? Because there is this sort of going back around again. It's like that boomerang. It's sort of going back to the beginning again. So when you've started and you've made a pledge, maybe to yourself or others, that this is now what you must do, that you're going back to the beginning, and that isn't necessarily something that you're ready for. Do you recognize those feelings? Do you?
Yes.
Okay. Overcoming obstacles, that's what I have. And these are arrows of love that are being sent to you in the cards. So it's like you're going to be renewed, and this sense of all the obstacles have passed over. You know, they've removed themselves from you. And now you're taking a few more steps, a few more very important steps to make yourself known and make yourself balanced and heard out there, and that you will find new friends, a new companionship, and a sense of love as well. Is there a family party? Are there people that are gathering that want to celebrate with you? Do you have that coming up in March and April?
Yes.
And who is that?
April.
Who is coming up?
April. It's me and my sister's birthday.
I have to say that Cheryl will get up again soon. So did she fall? Is she sitting down a lot? She needs to get up, but she will get up again soon. Do you understand that at all?
Not that part, but I'll definitely see if it resonates with my mom.
Do, because it's an important message from Spirit, but maybe it's symbolic. Maybe she just has to get up and do things and really tend to those jobs, those errands, those bits and pieces, that unfinished business. But there's also legal things around you. You've got negotiation and help and good fortune as well, with wills and trusts and legal elements about inheritance and property that's going forward. So I think that there's going to be a lot to discuss. But that message from Spirit for your mum and for you: carry on, be strong, don't look back, and embrace your future, because it's a good one. And thank you for joining me on my show here. I've been Eleanor Grace. It's been wonderful to talk to you, to see you all, and I'll see you again, back here again on Moonstruck Psychic Radio next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good evening, everybody. I cannot believe we are already towards the end of February. How did that happen? That went by super fast, didn't it? Or we're over midway through, so here we are. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo. This is where intuition and energy and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you so much for tuning in to receive intuitive insight and spiritual guidance and conversations that will open your heart and mind. This is my purpose, my passion, and I truly love to be here. So I've come to discover something, you guys. I'm super excited about this, but I think I might have talked about this last show. And, you know, I've been studying personal development for 20 years. This is my 20th anniversary this month, actually. And my spirituality has been an ongoing thing, but really came into my psychic abilities and my intuition starting in 2019. At least that's when it came into my awareness. So it's been a 6-year journey, and it's been the most fascinating and fun journey. And I came to discover something, and it's really just blown my mind. I came to realize that the personal development has removed all of the spirituality. Isn't that interesting? So it's been removed everywhere. And I keep finding evidence of where it was removed. And the most recent place that I found this was I found out that Think and Grow Rich, the original version, had all the spirituality in it, and it was removed. So I'm super excited to see that we are coming into a place where people are starting to be more open to hearing about the spiritual and the woo. And I am shifting everything that I'm doing right now and kind of focusing on what I'm calling the self-care oracle. I'm kind of identifying as myself as that, because what I came to realize is after the work of doing this personal development for so long and then discovering that's what was missing was the spiritual, I came to really understand what it looks like to come from the healed divine masculine and the healed divine feminine. So when we have the healed divine masculine energy, which, by the way, we all have masculine and feminine energies in us. But the healed divine masculine is where we create structure, foundation, and support. And the healed feminine is the flow. But to get to that flow is using our intuition. It's using our psychic abilities and the discernment to be in that flow. And so I'm super excited to be bridging the gap. I was told that you couldn't do it. I have had marketing people tell me I can't do it. So guess what? If someone tells me I can't do something, I'm probably going to go do it. That's what being a sacred rebel is all about. So I'm super excited to be launching all kinds of new types of offerings and fun memberships, just tons of things. And I have a challenge going on right now. So if you have been hanging out with me here for a minute and you resonate with any of the self-care things that I share, then please come over and check me out on my Facebook page, because that is where you can get all the information to all the things that I'm doing. So the self-care oracle is where I am bridging the gap between the personal development and the spirituality. So basically, what does that mean? That means we're doing the inner shadow work, working on ourselves, removing those limiting beliefs, reprogramming the subconscious mind, and then the spirituality is opening up and trusting our intuition and using that as our internal compass to guide us so that we can be in the flow that we want to be. So I'm super excited to be launching and diving into more of this. So I'll be talking more about this on Wednesday nights. I'm super excited about it, and I look forward to expanding with all of you together. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take our first caller for tonight. We have Kathy in Riverton, Wyoming.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So,
Sounds like you're doing a lot of work.
I am. I'm having so much fun. In fact, Kathy, I don't think I've ever been more excited or had more fun in my entire life. You know, when you just get to that point where you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, Kathy, are you looking for anything specific tonight? Are you just looking for some intuitive guidance?
Yes, some guidance, please.
Do you have any specific questions?
Work guidance, really. I mean, because I just started in a field that I walked away from for a while for a break, and then started back up in that, and I'm just kind of doing the confirmation check to see how that's going to go for me and what direction to go in.
So my first question, before I dive into the cards, because I'm going to pull cards and then I'll channel and see what messages come through, is when you think about, or when you're feeling it, when you're in that, do you have a feeling about it? Are you questioning or doubting yourself somewhere?
I got really good feeling about going back into that kind of work because it's a very rewarding job in a way, but it's pretty high stress in another way because it can flex one way or the other sometimes.
Okay, so I just started to shuffle the deck in the very beginning, and a card flew out, and it's the boundaries card, and it says, where do you need to establish better boundaries? So I don't know what kind of hours you work. I don't know what kind of demands they have on you, but in order for it to be cohesive for you, you're going to have to be clear in your boundaries. So if you, do you over deliver?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Like you go all in, you give it everything you have, and that's great. Just make sure that you have boundaries within it. You're not exhausting yourself to over deliver, then not be compensated for it because you're going to exhaust yourself. That's why you're getting the boundaries card.
Okay.
Let me pull some more cards here.
That's really good advice because these people are known to ask people to do more than hours than they really probably should.
Yeah, I got it really strongly about making sure, because not just the card, like I'm feeling it. Being clear. This will be a space for you to really have to use your voice. So if that's something, I don't know if you struggle with speaking up sometimes, but spiritually saying this is the time to speak your truth, and no is a complete and full sentence. You don't owe people an explanation. So if they're asking you something and it's just a no, you don't have to tell them why. It's just no.
Right.
No. We are over-explainers. Naturally, as humans, we want to over-explain ourselves, but you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could tell them no. The next card that you got is the leap card. You go first. The universe will catch you. So I think what's being called for too is don't be afraid to fly. Don't be afraid to speak what you want. Like even if you're not getting what you want, make sure you leap into that. And if for some reason, I'm just being told if it's not received well, you're going to keep going till you figure out the right thing. So it's going to be fine, whether it's this job or somewhere else that you land. But I'm just being told that you're not going to settle. Don't settle for less than you should, and you're not going to.
Okay.
Let me see. I feel like you're well received, though, that people like you. So as far as that goes, is that funny?
Yeah, I hope so.
You hope so?
I hope so.
My guides are telling me you're well received and people like you. So you have the inner temple card, devotion, tune into the portal of your heart. I love this because this is exactly what you have to do. You really have to go inward. We often want to go into our logic and our ego, which is the mind. Take your ego and your mind and all logic. Take all logic and just set it on the table and then sink into your heart space. Your heart will never lead you the wrong way. As long as you're listening to your heart, you will be fine. And then this is beautiful. The last card you have for this is trust your path. If you knew that you would be supported, what would you do?
Right.
So what I'm getting from that message is, as far as it being supported, do you ever ask your team to help you? Have you ever asked your spirit guides or spirit to come in and assist you?
Yeah, I try to do that.
Yep. Be consistent with it, because they can't violate your free will, so they won't help without asking. And that's where the magic comes in. That's where the impossible becomes possible, when we're co-creating with spirit and the divine. And then we're asking our team to support us, specifically asking them. So I'm being told to, it's time to fill your cup and give from your overflow, so that you have the energy and the capacity to support people at work. And I'm hearing that you support people at home too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
Yeah. How many kids do you have?
I have 3, and I have 2 at home.
And 2 at home. Yep. So no was a complete and full sentence with your kids too. You know, we sometimes our kids want explanations too. So setting boundaries at home will be good for you as well. And asking for more support. Don't be afraid to ask for help at home. Don't be afraid to ask your kids. Like, it's okay to ask for help.
Okay.
Do you struggle asking for help?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
So what
I don't like to.
Yeah, you know why you don't like to? Because we don't like to hear no. That's what I tell all of my clients. They don't like to hear no. We don't like to receive the no because it's uncomfortable. And so what my recommendation for that would be is to go practice receiving the no. And what I tell people is, like, when we ask for help and someone says no, well, we aren't any further than we were. We're it's no different, right? So what do we have to lose by asking if the worst that they can say is no? And what happens is, it's the feeling that we have and that we don't necessarily like. Whenever they say no, we either have resentment, anger, frustration, disappointment, sadness, whatever it could possibly be. We don't know always until we're in it. But practicing receiving the no means that you're closer to a yes. The other thing I'm being told to remind you is that rejection is God's protection. So if someone says no, that's protection for you. It just means it's not the right one. Keep going till you find the right one. But if you can get past the uncomfortableness of asking for help, you'll change your entire world, is what I'm being told, Kathy, because you will have so much more support and not have to do it all on your own. Are you a single mom?
Kind of, in a way, yeah. Yeah. My son is, I'd say 29. He has epilepsy, and so that's kind of where that window sits.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is your hands are full.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's time for you to have more time for you. You have to schedule, you have to put it together. You should come check out my Facebook group, Kathy, because I do all kinds of stuff in there where I help women just like you to get in a structured routine that will help support them. And I would just recommend coming over there. Come check me out, Kathy.
Okay.
I'm pulling some more cards.
Okay, and what's your Facebook?
Sarah Jane Patton. And Sarah Jane is together.
Okay. Okay.
So you got Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. Have you thought about doing anything with intuition or diving into your intuitive abilities?
I would love to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being told that you're supposed to.
Okay.
I'm hearing that you are a teacher, that you are supposed to be teaching. You are supposed to be learning some type of modality and then teaching other people. And they're telling me
that would be fantastic.
They're telling me that when you do this, you'll be more in alignment with your soul purpose. Everything will fall into place. You got the Akasha card. Your guidance is divinely guided. This is validating what I told you earlier. Your team's always with you. It's just asking them to help you, not forgetting it, because they're like, hey, we're here. We're ready for you. Let me pull another deck out. I want to see what this other deck has to say real quick before we close out.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. All right, let's see. What messages do we have for Kathy? Oh, this is the most perfect card. I'm going to take 2 more real quick. All right, you got 5 cards that came out. First card, we'll go through these real quick. You got the balance card. This is exactly what I'm telling you that I teach, so that's funny. I teach people how to come into the divine feminine balance of their feminine and masculine energies, because when we are in balance, we get to have freedom. But balance says take time to relax, indulge a little more or less, set boundaries with your work. Validation on the boundaries card, because now this one specifically says set boundaries with your work. So that's validating more of what I said. You got the passion card. This is just reminding me of like what I said to you a moment ago. When you figure out what you're passionate about and what makes your heart pitter patter, you'll be in alignment with your higher self. So make sure that you follow your calling and listen to that portal of your heart that was mentioned earlier. It says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. You got the expansion card, which is validating this as well. You are supposed to expand into your intuitive abilities. You also got the friendship card. This is asking you to call in your soul tribe and the people that you will feel are like-minded individuals that you can be supported by and share where you feel safe. And then you got the beloved card. And I really feel like this card, this is like about romance, but I feel like it's about romancing yourself and coming back to loving all of Kathy. So
That is awesome.
Yes, that is your reading for tonight, Kathy. I hope that it was supportive. Definitely come check me out. We can hang out some more over in my other spaces. But thank you for calling tonight. It was really great to connect with you.
You're fantastic. Thank you so much.
I received that. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, and we are going to take another caller. We have Tabitha in Lancaster, California tonight.
Hi.
How are you, Tabitha?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing fantastic this evening. So I would like to know, is there specific questions you have this evening, or would you just like me to pull cards and see what messages come through for you?
Can you just pull cards?
Yes, I can. Okay. Have you just had a big change in your life?
Yes.
Are you sad?
I've been sad.
Yeah, I'm feeling your sadness. I'm being told to tell you that Mama Gaia, Mother Earth, Mama Gaia is wrapping her arms around you, and just fall in to her motherly love. Like fall into her, surrender into her arms. That's what I'm being told. Okay. Have you suffered a loss?
Yes.
Yes. Who did you lose?
My mom's boyfriend.
Your mom's boyfriend?
Yes.
What was his name?
Richard.
Okay. I'm going to tell you these first couple cards that you have here, and then if you want me to connect and see if Richard comes through, I will. The first card you have is the Council of Light. You are surrounded by the Council of Light and protection right now. The subtitle of the card is Divine Orchestration, Helpers in the Subtle Realms. So when you are feeling like you are, it's always a great idea to call in the Council of Light to support you. The Council of Light is a strong group of benevolent beings that are here to help elevate the frequency of the planet, but they are so full of love, devoted to supporting humanity, and calling them in will help you move through your grief and the experiences that you're having right now. The sadness I'm feeling from you, I do feel like you're having sadness, but I feel like some of your sadness is for your mom. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. You got the Dance with Life card. Do something to change your energy. So when we get into grief, and I speak from experience because I just spent the last year in the deepest grief of my life, and I know how hard it can be. If we can just take some time and move our bodies. So it is hard sometimes, but what happens is all that grief and the energy that goes along with it becomes stuck and stagnant within the body. And then, as you know, like you've probably seen, that's where like depression, and we can sink into like not wanting to hang out and disconnect, right? So if you can take a moment to find a song, even if it's a sad song, even if it's like a song that you need to dance to feel the emotions, that's totally fine. But just moving your body in some way without caring what anyone's seeing, like just go somewhere by yourself and just move to the music. It'll help move the energy and get it unstuck from just residing so that you can start feeling a little better and getting your energy back. Have you had low energy?
Yes.
I'm feeling really, really low energy, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Was this a sudden death?
We're not sure. We don't really know what happened.
He's saying that he's okay. He's kind of quiet. Was he quiet in general?
Yeah, he paid attention to everybody.
Was he private person?
Sometimes.
The way I'm experiencing him right now is that he's like, I want to connect, but I want to do it privately. I don't want to do it with everybody here. That's what he's telling me. And I have to respect that from my, like, that's just my spiritual etiquette. I have to respect his wishes. It's not bad. He's just like, I'm private. I don't want everyone else to hear it. So I'm just respecting that. But let me pull some more cards. The one thing that he is saying to tell you is that he is okay. He says, I left when I was supposed to. I will send you signs that you know I'm around. And I love everybody. That's what he's telling me. I love everyone. Please tell everyone I love them. And he's saying he's sorry. But he says, outside of that, I don't want to connect in front of everyone. And that's okay. Let's see what the cards say. Okay, you got the awakening.
I've had a lot of death in life. And this last 4 years has been horrible for me, so.
A lot of death?
Yeah.
Do you have intuitive insights, or do you feel psychically connected to any of the people that passed away?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, because I just dropped the card, but you got the... it was the same card the last caller had, actually. Let me find it. I have a couple cards. You got Awakening, so that's the first one, why I asked it, because then you got this other card too. But the Awakening card says energetic upgrades, a new way of being, and integration. So when you tell me that you've had so much loss in a short amount of time, and I'm feeling all the grief that you're having, I feel like part of what's going on is this is to help awaken you and to connect with them. And I'm feeling as though this may open you up into your mediumship abilities. There's a lot of mediums that are opening right now, and those that are opening have had many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have had a lot of loss and grief because those loved ones or those friends have left to try to be the supporters and helpers from the other side. For example, like my guides are people that have passed away that I'm connected to, and that's who communicates to me and how I am able to channel and do the things that I do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so this may be, you have to follow your intuition of what feels right. And when you're ready, then you would want to dive into that because it's going to keep showing up, like the, the feelings and the intuition. The questioning around it will keep showing up. Sisterhood of the Rose, that was the card. I found it. And it says beauty of devotion, priestess, mystic, and teacher. When I get this card, I know that that's what you're supposed to be doing. Just like the last color I had it too. And truly, if I'm being honest, if you're on a call with me, I always say this to people. If you've landed somewhere in my space, it's because you are this. I attract in those that are awakening and wanting to step into it because that's what I teach. I teach people how to do it. So the grief and your experience that you're having right now is a catalyst to your gifts. And that's hard to see when we're in it. And it's okay to not be able to see it until later. But I do feel like that's part of what this is and why it's unfolding the way it is. So creating ways to communicate with them will help support you and help alleviate some of that grief. So you can assign numbers, symbols, and signs to them so that when they are communicating with you, you can ask them to show up as that, or maybe they already show up as a certain way. Did Richard have a motorcycle?
No.
Did any of the people that passed it? Because someone's showing me a motorcycle.
My grandfather did.
Okay. So I do think that there is a calling that's coming to you right now. And I would listen to your heart. If you feel like you're wanting to dive into, have you ever taken any classes on opening up?
I did tarot back when, but then I stopped because everything was just like getting to me really bad. So I just stopped. And I was like, if it's meant for me to do it, it's meant for me to do it.
You are supposed to do it. You just need the right teacher. So you have to learn how. I'm being told you're a highly sensitive empath. Do you ground and protect your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So being grounding and protecting your energy daily, twice a day, and specifically before you do the card readings will be super important for you. I'm just hearing that you have really strong clairvoyance. So I would, yes. So you are supposed to be doing it and it is overwhelming, but guess what? The good news is that you actually get to control it. So all right, let's just see. Okay. You got past lives. Release your past life karma. You are an old soul with deep wisdom. Healing your past lives will raise your vibration. So you could do maybe a soul retrieval, and I would absolutely ask to clear out all past life karma, and absolutely validating further that you are very intuitive and that you do have the ability to tap in. So just remember that innate wisdom is there. So thank you so much for calling in tonight, Tabitha. I hope that you have a great rest of your week. If you want to follow me more, go to my Facebook page, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You're welcome. Have a good night. All right, you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you get to return for more next week. See you guys. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azriel. Live from Azriel.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. I'm Azrael, and I'm coming to you live today from Nashville, Tennessee, where it is just beautiful and warm and sunny, and you can really feel spring, right? Spring like blossoming, even though there aren't too many blossoms on the trees yet. It's just, yeah, like life feels like it's moving. And that's sort of what I want to talk about today is the movement of life, the movement of the energy that we're all feeling in the collective right now. And how to hold the vibration, right? That we're really wanting to sort of anchor in. I sort of want to talk about like the shift into the new earth and the 5D reality. And at the same time, how do we navigate that being human beings, right? But before I get into that, I want to share just a little bit about me. My name is Azrael Zemanek. I am an intuitive reader, a spiritual mentor, coach, as well as an astrologer, a qigong practitioner, and so many things. An Ayurvedic practitioner as well, or Ayurvedic counselor as well. And I'm living in Nashville, Tennessee, and I work with people online as well as locally. You can always find out more about me at www.azrael.love. And I have a YouTube channel with tons of free information and free meditations, and it's youtube.com/@soulstarcollective. And that being said, I want to let you know next week on my show, I'm having a very special guest, a dear friend of mine, Sarah Soperkale from Soundseed Yoga. And we're going to be talking about vibration and sound and healing and opening up to the vibrations of the universe. And we have a really beautiful guided meditation where she does the sound and channels the sonic transmission. And I share a meditation, and it's just beautiful. So feel free to check it out on YouTube /@SoulStarCollective. And we'll be on here sharing more about all that next week. So I think I need to like pause and center. I got a little excited there. So why don't we all just do that? Why don't we all just take a moment? The center is like key to navigating these beautiful times of the great birthing that we're in. Maybe taking a big breath in and then just sighing out. And noticing where you are in your body today. If you're driving, you can just do this with your mind. If you're in a place where you can close your eyes, really give yourself permission to just let go and settle. Just settle just a little bit. What is it like to just drop the narrative just for a moment? To let go of the story. Just pausing, just for even this 30 seconds. It's huge. It has such a huge effect on our physiology and on our experience of being. And so feel free to keep your eyes closed as I share. I need to open them. I know sometimes I like to walk around and do things when I'm listening. But I invite you to really take time throughout this next 20 minutes or so to just continue whatever you're doing, to just maybe exhale every couple minutes and go, here I am. Here I am. Because if there's one thing that we know, right, within our experience, our reality, is the only thing that is true or that we can connect to is our breath and our own experience. And of course, there's another layer to that, whereas we can check in with the power of presence or the power of consciousness and sort of move beyond the storyline, move even beyond our human mind, connecting with pure truth, right? And how do we do this? And how is this valuable in these evolving times? So the first thing I think I'd just like to say is like, know that whatever you're going through, you are not alone. And maybe you're in a place of like great bliss right now. And you're like, oh my God, my life is going amazing and everything's awesome. And all the opportunities are opening up for me. And and if that's you, I celebrate you because we've all been there before, right? But for most people or many people right now, they're having an experience, I feel, at least with what I'm coming across, that's quite different from that. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of not knowing, perhaps even lack of clarity. There might be a clarity about some things, but a lack of clarity of the outcome, right? There's a lot of anxiety and depression I'm seeing, a lot of fear, right? And then even within those that aren't feeling those heavy, heavy, big things, right? Like myself from day to day, I'm usually pretty balanced, but there's a sense of like what, or maybe not what's going to happen, but how is the storyline going to play out? How is this new earth, this 5D going to sort of root itself into earth, right? Into this physical realm and this physical reality. And so there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of unknown. And the one thing that I keep coming back to with my clients, and also within myself, is the only thing we can do is tune into the known. And the only thing that we can control is our own experience of this journey, right? And I want to be very, very clear. When I'm talking today, I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about opinion. I'm not talking about I'm talking about like everything, right? The stories we're locked into about our own identity, about our needing to be of purpose in this world, right? To be of service in a higher way, of needing to have worth, of needing to show up in a certain way or make a certain amount of money. Or the fear that we won't do that or that can't happen to us, right? I'm talking about who am I, right? Even that idea of who I am. So it's like the stories that as a collective consciousness we weave that keep us limited and keep us stuck in our place, right? And then we can add to that the larger collective, right? Like the political scene, the earth scene, right? Like the scene of what we identify with and attach to, and this is right and this is wrong and this is this and this is that. And it's like the chaos that creates on a larger scale, right? Because remember, we're all one, we're all connected, and we're all moving through similar things, just in our own unique way, even though it might not seem like it, right? And so I think I want to start by talking about what is the new earth, right? What is 5D? I don't know if 5D and New Earth are interchangeable. They're really not. The 5D dimension is where we're moving beyond our bodies. It's where we're being able to access and connect on levels of telepathy, being able to see and feel energy, to be able to connect in a one love consciousness, right? And a space of consciousness where we're moving from our heart, from a place of unconditional love, a community that is beyond the physical realm, right? Whereas the new earth, I really see that as an anchoring of that 5D or the qualities of the 5D into the new earth and into this physical structure and this physical realm. There's the belief in some circles that when we go to the 5D where there's no physical plane anymore, this earth doesn't exist and we get to see reality for what it is, right? Which is light, love, consciousness. The new earth, I see it as the evolving consciousness where there still is the physical structure, there's still the physical constructs, but we're able to work together in a way where there is community. Things are happening on a grassroots level we're able to meet each other in more space of unconditional love and connection, acceptance. There's more communication. There might be those wonderful things like telepathy and connecting with our angels and guides and having our superpowers, right? But really, it's anchoring the higher vibrations, right? Of the more pure consciousness, so that I want to say the older consciousness, but the old constructs are out of the way. And this is what we're really seeing happening right now. And we've probably been seeing it intensely for the past 13 years. I remember when 2012 happened and everyone thought, oh, it's going to be the Mayan prophecy and what's going to happen is the world going to end. And I remember being like, oh, like that really wasn't that big a deal, right? Like, and then but that's when things started to like pick up space and speed. And that's when things really started to move and really started to shift. There is a belief by some that in 2027, there's going to be the next big shift in consciousness. Again, we're not all of a sudden going to go to 5D, but we're going to be sped up right on that path. And what we're really seeing, probably in the last 5 years, is a total breakdown, right? A total breakdown of the old and a birthing of the new. We're seeing it in governments. We're seeing it in constructs, right? We're seeing it the way I'm seeing it in my life is my identity, my sense of purpose, my idea of what I thought my life was going to be. And I have a great life now. I had a great life that I loved. I thought it was perfect. And it was like, no, like you need to change. You need to grow. We're seeing it just in every aspect of society that you could imagine. And again, there's usually different camps and different beliefs and different things that we're like, okay, well, my identity's here. And it's painful, because there's a lot of division, there's a lot of uncertainty, and I liken it to like a hurricane, right? There's a lot of energy swirling all around and all around and all around, and it's so easy to get caught up in it, right? Whether it's in our own fear or lack of, whether it's in a sense of our own life blowing apart, whether it be change in relationship, loss of job, loss of purpose, illness, whatever's happening or flowing in that way. Whether it's just in what we're seeing when we look at the news. I actually highly recommend don't watch the news, right? Because that takes you out of truth, right? It takes you into these narratives and these stories that we can shift. And so how do we shift them? How do we ground into the center without being part of the storm? And how do we navigate this in a way that doesn't bypass the truth of our fears or the shedding that we're going through, but that also allows us to find peace? And this is something I've really been playing with in my life a lot. And again, for me, it's more on a personal scale. I definitely... I'm constantly looking at what patterns of mine, my ancestral patterns or my survival patterns, are keeping me from unlocking my pure potential. What patterns are keeping me locked to a certain way instead of opening up to a higher experience of grace or connection or flow. And a lot of it is, in fact, this is a good invitation, is that I don't pause. I'm constantly moving like this. I keep doing circles today, constantly moving. I mean, I might pause, I meditate, I do qigong, I go for walks, but when do I actually pause? And so let's all take a moment here. Let go of whatever you're doing just for a moment. I know it's hard. Take a deep breath in. Can you settle? Maybe you notice some discomfort. Maybe there's some vibration. Maybe there's some energy. Can you just be with that? Because when we don't pause, when we don't stop, How do we connect with what is not of the story? Right? The story of our mind, the story of our lineage, the story of the uncertainty or the chaos that is moving through the collective at this time. Life is living itself through us in every moment. We are not the ones that know what's best. These minds, oh my God, they can come up with amazing ideas and creative ideas. And there's things we do that are beautiful. But the way that consciousness is unfolding in life in our world, we aren't able to control that except through our own experience. And so the way I like to look at it is nature. And in fact, that's something I'll invite you all to do this week if you're able to. Can you go out into nature at some point? A forest or by the river, desert, ocean. If you're in a major urban setting without any big parks close by, can you go to a park or connect with a tree someplace? Because when we step out into nature, especially nature that is big, especially at this time of year, spring, where everything's getting ready to burst. Now, I know in Australia it's going into fall, but in the Northern Hemisphere, we're just seeing the buds on the trees. We're feeling the sap starting to move. We're feeling that life force coming out, right? And as soon as we're in that space of nature, we start to realize that we're not so big and we're not so important. Not that we don't want to have a good life. Of course we do. But there's a vibration and a harmonic that's much bigger than us. And what if instead of being separate from it, we started to attune more to it? And so if we come into alignment with nature, slowing down, pausing, connecting with the energy of nature in a beautiful place, or by touching a tree or however you can, and allowing that resonance and that energy to connect with us. How might that inform our system? And then in turn, how might that inform the world? See, there's like a tipping point, right? We've all heard of the tipping point or tipping points. It's like when so much energy shifts or so much energy goes in one direction, eventually it's going to pull all the energy over. And so right now, when the energy is spinning in this crazy, chaotic, nonlinear sense, and I don't think it's about going back to linear energy. I think it's part of the 5D, that's part of the new earth, is we're opening up beyond that, right? But there's a peacefulness to it. There's a presence to it. And the more we can tap into that presence, the more we can tap into the true story, which is life, consciousness, Wuji, the more we can be the anchor for the change that is happening. Now, birthing is hard, birthing is bloody, birthing is painful, right? And so we're in a great birth. It's not that it's all of a sudden going to be easy. But if we connect into the bigger picture, the bigger truth, our experience might be a lot more graceful, because the mind informing us that we have to move in the old way, it's just getting us to bang our head against the wall. Do you notice that? Like, bang the head. I just tried that. It didn't work. I just tried that. It didn't work. That used to always just work for me. Well, it's not working because it's not relevant anymore. So let's take a few minutes and just connect into this bigger picture, into nature, into the presence. And so closing your eyes if you're able. And again, just slowing down a little bit. Softening. And seeing if you can find the space within you that feels like home. It might be your heart, it might be your belly, it might be your knee. It really doesn't matter. Where do you find that space that feels like home? And take a moment and open into its grace. Open into its wisdom. And notice or imagine the chaos of the collective, acquired consciousness, acquired minds swirling around you. Some of you might feel it 3 or 4 feet around you. Some might feel it further, and some might be a lot closer. It might even be hard to stay out of it. I often can imagine again, like the hurricane or the vibration of the collective uncertainty. And then noticing that the more that I come into center, the more that I connect to center, the more peace there is. And that I notice that I don't have to be part of that. Oh, of course I'm going to dip into it. And of course I am part of it because it's my shadows too. But I don't have to live it all the time. The more you can dip into the center of the storm, the eye of the hurricane, the place of presence that exists within all things, the brighter your field will get. And the more present you will be. And the easier it will be to navigate or move through each moment that life brings you. And so this isn't about bypassing. It's not about not feeling the fear, the uncertainty, the depression, the grief, the excitement, the joy, all of it, right? But it's allowing that to move through you. Emotions are energy in motion. That's the way I think of emotions. They're energy in motion when they're healthy. And so it's allowing it to move through you without attaching to them. So where is your work to come into present? Where are you perhaps limiting yourself or holding yourself to the current narrative of your life or of the collective life? And where are you being asked to break the patterns? Where are you being asked to show up in a completely different way? Because if there's one thing we know for certain, is we really don't know anything. And if there's another thing that I truly believe, and again, maybe this is just my story, but my sense is what was is no longer. And as things shift, as things fall away, and we be more supported as we're connected to center, in alignment with nature, instead of continuing the circle of samsara, right? So lots to be with this week, lots to think about. Actually, I invite you not to think about it so much, but instead to just really open into this idea of where can you pause? Where can you just stop? There's a great app I have for my phone. It's called the Triple Flame app. It's by Gene Keys. Gene Keys has an amazing body of work that's been channeled by this man named Richard Rudd. And it's a free app, and you can set it so that every 3 hours, a timer goes off to remind you to pause. And there's guided meditations on there, and it's beautiful. But even just having the phone go, it's time, it can open you up to this new reality that we're grounding in. So anyways, thank you so much for listening to me today. I have a beautiful guest next week. We're going to talk about sound healing, sound vibration, vibrations of the universe. Check out our guided meditation on youtube.com at Soulstar Collective. And you can find me at azrael.love or facebook.com/azrael.love. I hope you all have a beautiful day and enjoy this bursting of spring and life. With so much love to you all. Namaste.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Thank you for joining me on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television. I'm here every Tuesday talking astrology, squeezing in a reading or two sometimes. I do want to start with the astrology at the top, but I also want to just start with a message because I am a Canadian and very proud Canadian. And we have a lot of people in the U.S. who listen to this show. And I do want to say we have a saying about elbows up. You're going to see that a lot, but I'm going to make a big heart because, the truth is that we are all kind of one and the same, and that the truth about it all is not really about a political conversation. It's really about the rich and the poor. That's really what that's about, and who runs things and that. So keep that in mind, that we're all just people getting along and in our lives and trying to raise our families and do our work and those kinds of things. And that it's sort of an unfortunate position that we find ourselves in, having given power to politics, unfortunately. And so, but the truth is that the conversation's more not about us and them. Conversation is more about we, and how as a society can we be we, okay, with B on Tuesdays. Anyway, no lectures, just love. And that, hopefully we can work everything out. That's what I'm hoping. All right. I am going to start with some of the the astrology at the top. We've got a couple of planets going into retrograde motion this next 7 to 10 days, and Venus and Mercury. And Venus sort of in that Pisces, Aries wheelhouse, but that Aries wheelhouse and that retrograde. Aries is often known as the warrior, but truly I would almost say that they're more likely the goddess Diana, the goddess, the warrior of the forest, the huntress. And that it's going back with Venus retrograde, sort of with this energy, is reflecting on actions, reflecting on words and actions, reflecting on relationships, reflecting on old things we might want to have said, or going back and reflecting on our values, reflecting on who we are. And then we've got Mercury, which is really going back in our communications and also going back over old communications. So these two areas will be lit up. Things that are said today doesn't mean anything tomorrow. And we could find that information that comes out, will be going back over for detail. And Mercury retrograde is notorious for, electronic failures, for glitches in the matrix. And then the final piece is that we have a total lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 14th. And it's an important one because on February 28th is when that portal opened with the new moon in Pisces. And now we have a culminating lunar eclipse in Virgo. And I'm going to kind of go into each of the signs based on what I just talked about. Sun, moon, or rising. You listen to all three. If you know your sun is your divine masculine, it's like I do. It's the world out there. What do you do? And the divine feminine is your home body, your emotion. I feel. And your ascendant or your first house is how those get put together in the vehicle you drive it forward in, and so how you present it. And so that would be like your ascendant. And I would listen to all three for a fuller picture. So if I talk about Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising with Venus retrograde in your sign, personal desires and self-presentation comes into focus. Reflect on your values and how you express them in relationships. Taking up space. What are your boundaries? What's important to you? Are you codependent? Are you avoidant? What's going on around you in relationships? And you might be going over old ground in that. The upcoming lunar eclipse may prompt changes in your daily routines. Use this time for self-reflection and adjustment. You could find that your daily routine is disrupted and that you're like, that's it. I'm putting a discipline in so that A, B, and C happens every day. And so this could be a good turnabout for you the next 7 to 10 days. Tauruses, Sun, Moon, Rising. Venus retrograde encourages you to address unresolved issues, particularly in areas of closure and unconscious patterns. The lunar eclipse is going to highlight the need to release outdated habits. You know, maybe they're not your type. Maybe they're your pattern. You know, Taurus, maybe that's just what's going on for you. And I feel like you could be letting go of what no longer serves you. That could be work environments, people, friends, friend groups, social circles, leagues you might have belonged to, golf buddies, whatever that's about, you know, like, so there's changes for you, Taurus, is that, and habits that would have drawn you to them. So what habits are you having in relationship that might keep in relationships that feel not reciprocal? And so you're going to look at that for yourselves next 7 to 10 days and move in a new direction, because when these planets go direct, we'll be moving in a new direction. So it's almost like, if you can imagine an arrow being pulled back in its bow, ready to be shot. And so as we pull back, tension builds, and wherever we've been aiming it, full steam ahead, full steam ahead. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. This is going to be a period that's going to be about reevaluating social dynamics and community relationships. The lunar eclipse could prompt some reassessments of friendships and group affiliations. You could consider who's in your circle, who's on your social media, who's in your friend circle. Do they have similar values? Gemini, you have Jupiter in your sign. You're going to be really thinking, but particularly when Uranus starts to make its appearance the next, couple months, 2 months, you're assessing who's in your circle. If they're what they're saying or spouting out there in the public realm you don't agree with, you're going to be like, block and remove, block and remove. Your friend list could be deteriorated a bit, and you could be cleaning house. And I feel like, you know what? You don't want your space gunked up with people's opinions all the time, you know? You might just want to watch cat videos. Totally okay. Cancerian, Sun, Moon, Rising. Professional growth, strengthening home foundations are in focus for you guys. The eclipse is going to be about balancing career ambitions with your personal life. And it's going to be about responsibility versus comfort. And it's going to be about maybe uncomfortable conversations in houses of responsibility, work, places, processes, things that you have to get through, you have to work through the details of. And I feel like a little bit of discomfort could go a long way for you in terms of really seeing some growth professionally. And that could just be in terms of work environments, career trajectories. So you might be feeling like you're going over old ground, going over old conversations, and then find out new information, especially with this eclipse. And it's going to send you in a new direction, Cancerians, for the next 6 months. So some big stuff for you guys there. Going over work processes, documents, jobs, careers, those types of things, and a new trajectory, new roles, new ways of looking at things. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising. You're inspired to explore new philosophies and adventure. The eclipse might promote changes in your belief systems. You could be looking at a shift in perspectives, therapy, learning environments, really looking at how you viewed things. You could be gathering strength in that. You could be really educating yourself, looking at new ways of dealing with things, looking at new visions, plans, and it could feel a bit frightening and a bit way out there. And as these retrograde plans come into play, it might be going back to some old goals you had or old visions you might have had, for them to move ahead quickly in the next 6 weeks or so, even once these planets go back direct. And so you're going to have a new perspective, though, no belief systems where you thought that, oh, the last 20 years, 30 years, 10 years, 5 years, this is how I thought it was, and it's not anymore. And so you're going to be making decisions from a completely different perspective. And so the next 7 to 10 days are going to give you a taste of that, especially with that eclipse coming. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Boy, that eclipse in your sign emphasizes your own personal transformation, releasing habits, self-improvement, really looking at maybe going from perfectionist to, oh, it's good enough, or from being too micro to looking at the macro and the bigger picture. And that this is going to be the beginning. This is the first eclipse of a series of eclipses that are going to be transformative in your identity, Virgo, whether you're sun, moon, or you're rising. And it's going to be very transformative. So if it's, for instance, in your sun, it could be very much in your social, your career, how you identify, the type of work you're doing. And you could solidify it, make some real commitments by the time these eclipses are done with you. Libra, sun, moon, rising, relationships under review. And the eclipse is about healing partnerships, communicating openly with partners and seeking balance in your connections. Hey, maybe you were in a mindset of things weren't coming together, things weren't getting committed. It could have felt very friends with benefits. It could feel very situationships, a bit of confusion around relationship for those of you in those Libras in those cycles. And that you could be going over old conversations, text, interactions, old ground with lovers, partners, past, present, and really looking at, can I work it out with this person? Is it going to work out? You could have old lovers coming back from the past. They could be coming out of the woodwork. And you're really looking at seeking balance. Is this what I want? Is this what I need? You just had a whole series of eclipses that would have changed your karma around relationships, Libra. And so what you wanted 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago isn't what you want now. And so you could be looking for something much different and wanting to really communicate that. And you could find something gets presented to you that is good and is kind of new for you. And that you could be, I'm not sure. And I just feel like this is that new energy. You could be looking at making commitments even in the next, once these plans go direct, you could be saying, that's the one, that's where I want to go. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Focus on your daily routines and well-being. The eclipse is going to prompt some health changes, health habits. Could be like you realize that, oh my gosh, I got to really take care of my health and well-being. I got to take care of my routine has gotten out of sync. I'm off my diet. I'm off my plan. I haven't been as diligent as I know I have been. You could get on a new healing routine, medications, treatments, things that could be quite beneficial. You could be taking it serious. You could be making new commitments in terms of your wellness and very much so in the daily routine part of your chart, right? So the day-to-day, what cumulatively is adding up for you. And you could see some real rewards by looking at your daily routines. Sagittarius, sun, moon, rising, creative and personal expression, hobbies, things you enjoy, time to play. You could find that you're focused a little bit and over this next, 7 to 10 days, but even as these planets go retrograde, going over old projects you've kind of left to the side, and you're like, oh, I can get back to that hobby. I can get back to that enjoyment. And it's about balancing work and fun. And, you might be feeling a bit spring fevered coming up soon. You could be feeling like you really want to get back to some old projects that you want to finish up before you move on to new ones, which I would suggest with this retrograde energy, not to move on to new things too quickly, because you could be going over old details. But this is a great time to finish up some old endeavors, projects, renovations, home pieces, hobbies, things you've been working on. Going back to old hobbies you've really enjoyed in the past. You could be getting back to practicing the guitar. You could be getting back to things that you're really wanting to enjoy again. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Home and family matters take precedent. And so when I think about that, I think the eclipse also is about reassessing your living situation. And this could be about you outgrew you're too big for your britches there, Capricorn. It could be time to move on from a long-term career, move on from a long-term place of employment or long-term partnership. And in all of these instances, you would have lost your passion for them. So there would be something that you could have been contemplating for a while. It could have been kind of the writing's been on the wall for a while. I just feel like circumstances are going to come together for you to really move you to get, to a new place of looking at things. Over the next, and it could be around, as simple as moving house, moving places where you live. It could be big, like career and all of it, relocation. So some big stuff coming up for you Capricorns the next 7 to 10 days. And it's not a step back. I think it's a redirection. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, Rising, communication and community involvement are emphasized. This eclipse will encourage heartfelt communications, meaningful conversations, sense of belonging in your community, any volunteer activities, social activities, groups, belongings, community gatherings. You could find that you get a real sense of belonging. They could reach out to you. You could find that something really, a cause really takes up your passions. You could feel excited about it, but it certainly brings you into sort of a web of belonging. You feel like you're being brought into something where you could find a real group idea, thought, a group culture, a group cause that you feel like you have a real sense of belonging there, Aquarians, in this, and it could really, community ties could be strengthened. You could be given opportunity, you could be tapped on the shoulder to be on a board of directors. You could have a good volunteer opportunity. You could have a good opportunity to contribute to your community in some way that you find really invigorating in this next 7 to 10 days, but it does take hold over this entire year for you. Finally, Pisces, last but not the least there, Pisces, because man, you got a lot of energy. And you got the sun, you got Neptune, you got Saturn, you got this sort of Venus retrograde going to touch ground a bit in your sign. Some big stuff going on. And this is a time of renewal and deepening relationships. And the eclipse is really going to highlight personal growth, new beginnings, partnerships, nurturing connections, creating your network, your web of people. Creating, like if you're in sales, it's really ideal around creating a network of people that you could sell to, you could connect with, you can, new clients, you could have new options in your love life, things that you didn't see before. If you're in a long-term relationship situation, you could be finding new groups, couple friends, that a new sense of a renewal in the relationship, a new identity in it, and new commitments to trying new things, looking at new ways, even in relationship. And again, so it's not just romantic. So if you're folks that are in a long-term romantic, this could be a deepening for you, getting down to a depth that you haven't been at in a while or haven't, achieved before. And if you're single, this could be, where you build relationships are where the relationships are. For instance, friendships and social circles. And as you deepen clients and things like that, as you deepen relationships, so is relationship there. And over the next 7 to 10 days, but very much so for you guys with this eclipse season just got opened up for you, and you could find pleasant surprises in your house of partnership and maybe closing karma as well. And so that's what I see. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I read full time here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I'm also an artist and a psychic. I do both of that work together. And I am releasing an oracle deck very shortly. I do have a little pop-up on my website that I have an art show coming. I'm doing the formal release. May 14th is my art show. I'm just going to, so save the date. I'll be sending out more formal invitations. And from that, I'll also be releasing my oracle deck, which will be for sale then. And it's 44-card oracle deck, all in my own personal reflection and transformation through my paintings over the last 2 years, and all the guided messages from me through them. And I feel very passionate about this deck, and I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I do. Now we have a Melissa from Kentucky. Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
So my name's Bernice. People call me B. I'd like to be of service to you over the next 10 or 11 minutes. How can I do that for you?
Oh, just whatever comes your way,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay, whatever. I love it. Let's do it.
Okay, well, we'll work with your birthday for a little quick second. I do love astrology, and I do find it probably the most predictive. What's the day and month of your birthday?
May 28th.
May 28th. Let's explore May 28th for a minute. So this birthday coming, so if I'm going to talk about the few months leading up to your birthday and then the few months after your birthday, if I think of your timeline, May 28th. Leading up to your birthday, you might find between now and May 28th, an increased need to take care of details, paperwork, plans that will require brain work, concentration, finalizing. And even in the next 6 weeks, you could find yourself maybe running around a lot with that, going back over old things. It could feel like that 10-minute drive turns out to be a 20-minute drive because that road is blocked, the map wasn't working. So just be really mindful that might feel a need to be in a hurry, and I don't want you to be in a hurry. I want you to be methodical and thoughtful and mindful, because I feel like you might have this hurry-scurry energy that could crop up around you, people needing this right away and having to be here right away and there right away. And I feel like I want you to set your own timeline in terms of how you respond, how quickly you respond. It's going to really require you to put in structures with people and your appointment schedule. Don't overbook it. Give yourself lots of time. Follow up with any sort of communications that could be coming at you or ones you sent out and didn't hear back from. You could find that there's a bit of this going on the next 6 weeks, even starting, I'm going to say the next couple of days. You might find that suddenly it's a hurry up and wait and things get confused. And so I feel like your power is in slowing it down and making the list for the day. Don't overbook schedule, follow up with phone calls. So that might prevent a bit of confusion that could crop up the next little bit. Your birthday, just astrologically, is kind of a special one. And if I may, 528 together, if I add that all together, is 15. And 1 + 5 is 6. 6 is the whole point of where I was kind of going. 6 is your karma number. And in tarot cards, 6 is the lovers. And so you're heading into a cycle with your birthday. With that cycle, you have the sun entering Gemini. You'll have a new moon. You'll have Jupiter, and you're going to have Uranus, the planet Uranus, and coming in around 0 degrees, and as it enters in around your birthday and going forward to the end of 2025, that Uranus is a bit of an unexpected element. And over the next 7 years, it's going to reconstruct the areas of communications, but very much around identity and trajectory. And so you have the power of the planets this next 18 months, very much so starting with your birthday, around really setting a new trajectory for yourself. Anything around communications, technology, logistics, vehicles, mobility, moves, but they would be relocations. They wouldn't, so there's bigger changes for you, and you are the coordinator of them. They may not be your move, but you could be the coordinator of it. You could wind up, and particularly because the six is like having to pull opposing sides together to create harmony. And you're going to be in a position where you're going to be pulling, people from here and people from there, and having to pull everybody together to get something going. And you could find that in every day, and you're going to feel busy, taxed, pulled in different directions. So it's going to be really good for you to really get hunkered down with a schedule or a routine so that you don't feel over demanded. The other energy it's going to pull in, I do love the lover's energy because it does pull in social settings, romantic settings, friendships, senses of joy and play, and, time to enjoy some of the fun stuff in life. It doesn't have to all feel serious. I feel like your birthday and going into August, this period in Canada, it's our summer. And so if I say your birthday to August is a time of play for you, you're going to find that there's going to be lots of social events. There's going to be events where you're being invited out. You're going to, and that could even feel a bit overwhelming at times as well. Like, oh my gosh, everyone's getting married. All these commitments I have could come up for you as well, Gemini. I do think the one place that's going to be quite beneficial, quite fortunate for you, is going to be around resolving finances, resolving your money, banking, paperwork, your day-to-day income. You could get some pleasant surprises over this year, in fact, and your birthday going forward. The Lovers really brings in money, value, cash flow, day-to-day banking. You could take care of it for others, but also for yourself, and find that you have savings, small things getting paid off. You're getting ahead in the day-to-day financial management of things, and small lump sums of money. And it could be a return. It could be that you get small benefactors of cash flow, like a couple thousand here, a few hundred there, where there's something around your cash flow that seems to be a bit fun and unexpected, especially with both of these planets influencing that degree, and you going into a lover cycle, which is attracting. A lover cycle attracts. The 6 attracts in fertility, abundance, opportunities, sometimes to a point where you have to have strong boundaries so you don't get overwhelmed, overtaxed, overcommitted, or that you could feel a need of every penny that comes in, you seem to be sending it out. Like, as the money comes in, you could find that, this person needs it, that person needs it, this place needs it. And so this is going to really require you to guard your boundaries, be clear with where you say no and where you say yes with your time and energy, finances, because this energy that you're going to be going into is going to go, it's going to be a mix of social play, invitations, communications, and demands your presence, the care of people. You could be sorting out issues for other people in terms of their finance, their care, their health and wealth. You could be sorting it out and having to deal with the details of everything. And man, sometimes Geminis don't want to get bogged down by all the details. They want to have time to play. They want to have time to still enjoy things. So the next 3 months going into your birthday and the 3 months after your birthday are going to be really critical in terms of how you manage your time, because I do think that there's benefits in terms of organizing finance, paperwork, documents, and all those communications. And then I do feel like you're also going to wind up being taxed with having to take care of all the details of things for people.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine.
The Hummingbird Media.
Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Infinite Soul Connection
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Shelley Devine with Infinite Soul Connections. I am so excited to be here, and I am ready to give the most amazing reading to whoever I get to read to. So exciting. Until I get my caller, which I'm ready for, I want to talk about the animal energy that's here today. So we've got the peacock, which is vibrancy. It's telling you that you were born to shine and inspire. This message is for everybody who's hearing it. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life, and more good things will come. Be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. Okay? That is the peacock. Beautiful card to have. Set that aside there. Okay. While I am waiting, I want to talk a little bit about candles and candle magic, which is very interesting. There's different colors of candles. So the white candle is spirituality. I am very ready, yes, for my caller. Angela, awesome. Bring it on, Angela. I'm good. How are you? Okay. What can I do for you today, Angela? Yes, I am a very strong medium. It's actually my specialty.
Okay. Can you connect that?
Yeah. You want me to connect with a loved one?
With my kitty that passed.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Okay. The first thing I'm seeing is these rings of beautiful lights, kind of like prism rainbow, but they're like in rings around this child. Oh, okay.
Her name is Lindy.
Yes, I was just going to say I've got a little girl here. Hi, Lindy. She says, "Hi, Mama." She's showing me baby ducks or a little baby chick or something.
Perfect. I still don't have the answer.
Okay, I'm just waiting. I'm just letting her give me what she wants to give, and then I will relay. Oh, she's so cute. Sweet energy. Oh my gosh. There's dog. She says doggies.
Does she ever come visit me?
She's like, yeah, she's so cute. She says, of course, she's always around you. Was she kind of a little bit shy?
Yeah, I was with people. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because she's kind of like doing this action, like, oh, yeah. So she is with you, but it's okay. She wants to show me something. So let me just give me just a minute here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm back to the ducks and like a pond. Did you ever take her to go feed the ducks at the pond or something like that?
No, but I mean, she likes birds.
Okay. Yeah, because I got a little chickie and then I've got ducks and she's pointing at them. Okay, she's taking me somewhere else. Hold on. So this looks like a park that has a little pond with ducks and it has play area for kids. Lots of trees. She's kind of walking me down the path, pointing at things. Pointing at the slide. Oh, she's just a busy little thing. She just keeps going. Okay. She's pointing at the sky. Okay, here's what she just said. She says, I'm up here, pointing at the sky. She says, but my mama can hear me. Do you ever hear her?
No.
Do you feel
I
her?
always talk to her like as if she's here. I'll just like talk out loud.
Yes. Okay. Well, that could be what she means by mama can hear me. I think that you need to listen. Like when you talk to her, just stop for a second and listen or feel. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see what else she wants to share. Okay. So she just put in my hand these little rings, these little plastic rings that remind me of the rings that you hook together and you play jacks with, kind of. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. Well, these are little plastic rings of many different colors. Would that make sense?
She used to play like with this laser that goes in a circles. And she used to play with a lot of balls, like different color small balls.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to trust that she's showing me the rings for something in particular. So I'm going to see if more of that comes, but we'll move on. Oh, okay. She's showing me a big, beautiful pine tree. It's not decorated with Christmas lights, but it is like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Did she pass close to Christmas?
No, but I had a Christmas tree that I never took down. So maybe she's talking about that.
Okay. Pointing the trees. And now she's putting those rings on her finger. On her fingers, like all of her fingers, like princess rings.
I mean, I have so many toys. She used to love to play. So
Just give me another minute.
Baskets of toys.
See if I can get a message.
Is she okay? Is she happy?
She's very happy. She's a happy little thing. Precious little thing. And she, kind of dances around and she's got good energy. She's adorable. She's kind of like princess-like. Would that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, she is. It's just like, it's been like 7 months.
Are you there,
and
Angela?
I'm still not over it. Yeah. I said it's been like 7 months and I'm still not over it. I still cry every day.
Time is up. But thank you so much for letting me talk with your little one. She's very precious. If you want a further reading, you can go to my website, infinitesoulreadings.com. infinitesoulreadings.com. Sorry, I got that one wrong. And we can finish this mediumship reading if you would like to. Or you can reach me on my Facebook page, Infinite Soul Readings on Facebook. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Is my time up? All right. Well, blessings to everybody. And just a reminder, always be prepared. Blessings to everyone. Don't let distractions take you off course. Make a plan for the future, and life will give you all you need. Thank you so much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ask Bella Maria with Bella Maria. Bella Maria. Live from AskBellaMaria.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Bella Maria on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Bella Maria, and he always wants to make me laugh every time I get introduced. Okay, so this is Ask Bella Maria. I am Bella Maria, your host. You're listening and watching. There's A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. So today I have a very quick show. So I want to do a couple things for you. We're going to go ahead and we are going to pull a card from the angel deck, and we are going to talk about how to feel those around you when they've passed on. So I had to do a repeat on a show last week because last Sunday I lost my dad. And so with that, sorry I couldn't be there yet last week, but I needed some time. And this week, actually just yesterday, there's things that are happening even when my dad had passed. And so I wanted to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people that are going through similar situations. And when you lose someone, you just don't know if that person is showing up, or is it just you being kind of, wanting to hear it or feel it or sense it, or because he came into your dream or because she came into the dream. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of things about what you're feeling, maybe, and signs. So for example, story, my daughter was in bed. She was spending the night over at her nonna's house. And so they were getting ready for bed, and she was watching TV, and the TV turned onto Netflix with my dad's profile, and because it switched. It was on my mom's profile and it switched to my dad's profile. And she was feeling heavy feelings, like kind of like a panic and anxiety attack. And at first she just thought that she was just having a panic and anxiety attack. And it wasn't. He was responding. He was, coming to her and letting her know that, he was there. Yesterday was a lot. I've had quite a few things where he used to smoke Talon cigarettes, or cigars, and we kept smelling them in our house, and I was like, nobody around smokes, so we're just like, why do we keep smelling these cigarette smells? And we've been smelling them outside, in the backyard, in the front. There's nobody in our area that is smoking. It's very kind of desolate. So we couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then it was starting to show up inside the house. And so, I just kind of have a feeling that it's him, and I was getting, patted on the leg. Kind of like what he used to do when I was little, kind of like consoling thing, or like, hey baby, type thing, just because I was my dad. So, I think with things like this, sometimes I'm going to have some points, feeling watched. So you get like this feeling of being persistently watched. It can be uncomfortable, but then you kind of just sit and like think, and you kind of let your body just relax and maybe see or feel the energy that you're getting, right? Because not all mediums can do everything for everyone, right? And we're here to be that vessel to be able to share that message. But, maybe it might not be at that time, or maybe you're by yourself and you don't want to freak out. So how do you handle it? You always just kind of ground yourself, protect yourself, put those boundaries around you. For me, I use Jesus, God, and Archangel Michael, and I ask him to protect me. And I have my little barrier, right? It's like my bubble of white light. So, those are things that you kind of do to protect yourself, right? Maybe sometimes you'll hear like strange noises that really don't make any sense because there's nothing there, or there's a temperature change, sudden drops of temperature, odd smells. Again, I was saying, we're not smoking. We don't have cigars or cigarettes or anything like that. So where did that come from? It smelled just like my dad. So moving objects, pets acting strange. Now, if your pets are starting to kind of act a little funny and they're just like, getting squeamish, it could be a spirit that they don't even know or they don't recognize. And that's probably what that is. I guess every pet is different, so if they're looking at a corner and there's nothing there, chances are something there. But you kind of just sit and think and listen and, kind of get that sense and that feeling of what is around you and what are you feeling? Are you feeling a woman presence? Are you feeling a man presence? And you just kind of, take it in and you figure it out. Some people also talk about light bulbs and the flickering of light bulbs, things of that sorts, just, you kind of, you'll get a feeling. And then there's times where maybe the energy is just kind of just there because it's a stale energy and hasn't been cleaned or cleansed or anything like that. And so with that being said, if you're in your own home and it's safe and you cleaned it and cleared it and you don't have a lot of clutter or things like that, and you're feeling something, more than likely it's somebody who's coming to visit you. You can get them in dreams. They come into your dreams. There's so many different ways that your loved ones can come and visit. And so we had another situation. We were at Old Town Sacramento, okay? And the old part of Sacramento was the old Sacramento before, they started building the city. And it's right on the river, and there is a store that we went in, and it was, you had to go down below underneath and into like underground, like a basement. And I came in and I felt like I was being greeted by this woman. And I didn't say anything, and I just acknowledged her. And in my head, I'm like, hello. And I left it at that. And then I was in the car and I asked my family, I said, did you guys feel anything? Because we're all gifted in our own ways. And so I said, did you feel anything? What did you guys feel? And so when they said, they're like, oh, I kind of felt heavy on my chest. And then my husband said, oh, I felt something, but it was very like subtle. And I was like, well, yeah, because we were looking at art. I think she, was trying to, stay back, but was trying to observe us. And so he felt it too. And my son, he says he always feels his throat kind of choke up whenever he feels a spirit is around. So everybody had a different way of responding to a spirit who was trying to interact. So I just kind of wanted to share that and wanted to, let you guys know, there's so many different ways for us to understand the other side. And, there's times and places, and sometimes we have to consider the energy. If it's cleared and you kind of know that like everything's in order and it's a clean environment, there's not a lot of clutter, there's not a lot of hoarding going on, then you could probably safely say, there's something going on here. But then there's times where people kind of just put their energy in and it kind of just sits there and it's stagnant. And that's also another way that a lot of scientists don't believe that what we're really feeling or sensing is true or accurate, but it's kind of cool. So, I wanted to ask, do we have time to do a call, or, so I can pull a card, or should I just pull a card for everybody? What do you think? Because I'm just thinking, okay, we're going to pull a card. So I'm going to pull a card for everybody who is watching and listening. And I am using my Angel Tarot deck cards. I've had these tarot deck cards forever, since I started reading cards. So that would have been, I got these ones in 2012, and we had so many different memories with these cards. So I've done a lot with these cards, and I'm very, very connected to them. So I'm going to pull a card. The Wheel card. Excellent. The Wheel card. Now, the Wheel card is an Archangel Michael card, and that card is an infinite meanings, right? And so in fact, there's so much that goes in with with this card. Oh, there we go. It is time and positive changes. And the Wheel card is really cool because you can get if you worked towards a goal, right, and you're working towards this goal, and you've really made some really good positive changes, the whole thing is that this card is a symbol telling you that whatever you've been doing and whatever you've been working on will bring you the fortune that you need. So fortune is on your side. So things will move a lot faster for you. Things will move more positively, and you'll have more fortune. And it could be money, it could be love, it could be more I think I'm feeling more monetary in this case, especially for this specific Wheel card, and whoever is watching, I feel like that is a really good I feel positive about that. This card here is the Two of Fire. Now, this card here, it is, so you have two men that are coming and joining in. They're elves and fairies, I should say, fairies. Sorry. They've come into their own. It's partnerships, signing contracts, continuing to move forward, making the best out of everything that you have, build and grow, keep doing whatever you're doing, because these goals and this positive outlook that you have will come to fruit. So it's really, really good. And please, everybody, with this card here, when it's the Six of Water that comes through, you can't always think about the past. You have to keep moving forward. Remember that your history and your childhood, things that have happened to you in your childhood, things that have happened to you in the past, please just let it go so that you can move forward, so that you can bring money and fortune and all the positive things that you need in your life. Because when you go into looking when you're looking forward, you don't want to go backward, okay? So I really want to say thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you can visit my website, askbellamaria.com. I have $20 sessions, and you can, contact me through there.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you are all having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a pranic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist. You can find me at my website, AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. You can also find me on Facebook. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. You can find me on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. And also on Facebook, I have a great group. It's called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. During the week, I do daily affirmations, crystal education, spirit animal education, all kinds of great tidbits to help you on your healing journey. So head on over to Facebook and join Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. A few things. I am here and honored to be here on A1R Radio Network every Tuesday at 4:30. So thank you for all who are joining me live. Thank you for everybody watching the replay. This Thursday, the 13th at 6 p.m. At the Awaken Center in Plymouth Meeting, there will be a Twin Hearts meditation led by Bucks County Pranic Healers. If you are in the area and you're searching for some peace or you just want to meet some like-minded people, please show up at the Awaken Center, 6 o'clock. They do the Twin Hearts meditation, and there are many healings afterwards. I will not be there this week, but Pat will be there leading, and, there'll be other healers there, so go check them out. Next week on the 19th, Wednesday, we have Pranic Healing in Bluebell, Pennsylvania. And then on the 22nd and 23rd of March is the Awaken Expo at the Plymouth Meeting Mall as well. We have Raquel in Buffalo, New York. How are you today, Raquel?
I'm good, thank you.
How can I help you today?
Hold on a minute. Give me a sec. I just got home, so.
It's okay.
Not sure. Life's been hectic, so I'm a mom of two kids, teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just wondering what my path is in life and just need guidance and, some healing, so.
Okay. So let's take a look. I'm going to pull some angel cards for you, if that's okay.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Let's take a look and see what the angels want you to know.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you calling back.
No worries. I'm honored and glad to be able to help you. So I know you mentioned two kids, teenagers. They can be tough. Mine are 19 and 22. I swear the teenage young adulthood is worse than the toddlerhood terrible twos, in my opinion. Or at least in my
experience. Very much so.
So hang in there.
They're at that age, they know everything.
Yes. So our first card here is Leela, and she comes to let you know that you need to spend time in nature, time meditating. But more importantly, what I'm hearing for you is you need to spend more me time. You're too busy doing everything else, which, frequently as moms, we do that. But, the angels are saying, hey, tell her she doesn't realize how important this is. Even if it's like 10 minutes of stolen, bathroom time, and you're just sitting in the bathroom reading a book or doing a crossword puzzle or something and pretending like you're in there having issues, whatever. Stick a do not disturb sign on the door. Even if you can like steal away 10 minutes a day, you just need that quiet time to help you recharge and help calm everything down.
Amen, sister.
and it's hard when they're teenagers because they do think they know everything. And I know my girls had a moment where I had to get to a point where, look, you're older. If I'm in the bathroom, leave me alone until I'm done. It's all good. Sometimes they wonder if you fall in there just because you're trying to steal that me time away, and that's okay. Let them wonder.
Definitely.
But
yes, we all need that as mothers.
Take some time for you. Now, our next card is Adriana, and she comes to tell you that, she's heard your prayers. Believe it or not, she's leading you there, and you're already following her. So just keep going. Keep allowing yourself to be open to spirit, and things will come. Answers will come. I do see things settling down for you. Feels like within the next, so I'm going to give you a number. Don't get crazy on it. Let me explain it before you panic. So it feels like in the next 8 to 9 months, it's going to calm down. But in the next 8 to 9 months, it's going to be so much calmer. You will not only feel it, you will see it, you will recognize the calmness. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be crazy tornado-y for the next 7 months. What I see is like in the next 1 to 2 months, what I'm hearing is 6 to 8 weeks from now. Things are going to start calming down, but they're going to be, again, like super calm. You're going to feel the difference. You're going to be like, oh, thank God that's over in about 8, 9 months from now. So keep hanging in there.
That sounds fantastic.
And, our last card is Oceana, and she says to take action. So, your action you're taking is keep following spirit, keep allowing spirit to guide you. When you hear that little voice in your head and the spirit is saying, oh, I don't know, this might not be a good idea. Listen to it. It can be really hard with our kids because we're mom and we know, and spirit will tell us, and sometimes these kids have issues and we got to take them to the doctor. And so, the doctor sees thousands of people. They don't know our kids like we know our kids. So, when you're dealing with stuff and you're trying to get your kids help and you're trying to get them to move forward and be more independent, remember, you are their mother and you have the intuition, you have the gift. Spirit will help you know what's wrong with them and know how to best help them. So allow yourself to be open to that. If you have a doctor or some other professional who is telling you, you should try this or you should do this way or whatever, the advice may be, if it's sitting funny to you and it just like feels off or just doesn't feel right, then say, you know what, we're going to go another way. It doesn't mean you necessarily have to completely toss that professional out, but they have to be open to you going another way. As you listen to your intuition, what I'm hearing is that's going to help you too. Again, the angels want me to remind you that you know a lot. You have this gift. You are very intuitive, but you just have to, what I hear is you second guess yourself sometimes too much. And you wonder, where's this idea coming from? Am I crazy? Is this just anxiety? And how is this possible? Don't worry about how it's possible. Don't worry about, know that spirit is guiding you. It's possible. It's doable. Spirit's providing you the answers. You just have to listen and keep moving forward.
Awesome. That's what I really needed to hear. Just words of encouragement.
Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Oh, thank you. You've been very helpful. I truly appreciate you for giving me my reading, and it makes sense. Everything resonates.
Awesome. Well, and like I said at the beginning of the show, I don't know if you heard because I know you said you just came in, but on Facebook there's Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. You can join that group. I do affirmations, other support things. Guys, that group is there. It's Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. And, you know, that group is there. If you guys are having a tough day, whether it be a mom moment, a dad moment, or just a crazy life moment, and you need some extra support, pop in that group and say, hey, guys, I'm having a tough day. Can you guys shoot some prayers or positive energy towards my way? And people will do that for you. I will pray for you. We will send you healing energy. We will send you what you need when we can. So I hope that was helpful. Just a quick reminder, I'm here. Great. Thank you, Raquel. You have an awesome week. And remember, hang in there. It will get better.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
And just a reminder, guys, I am here every Tuesday at 4:30 on A1R Radio Network. Again, this Thursday at the Awaken Center, 6 p.m. is the Pranic Healing of Bucks County Twin Hearts Meditation. Next Wednesday, the 19th at 7 p.m. in Bluebell, Empowered Life Coaching. They will be doing Twin Hearts Meditation there as well. March 22nd and 23rd is the Awaken Expo. I'll be doing readings, healings there at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. Come out and see me. And April 5th, we're doing a healing circle in the Wissahickon Park system. So check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, for more information on all that great stuff coming up. I hope you guys have an awesome week, and I will see you next Tuesday.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parenting
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, and guardians learn how to mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. You can go to my website if you're interested in a natal chart session. My sessions are a little different from other astrologers due to my background and my training as an evidential and trance medium. So during your session, I am giving you the definition of each placement that you have, but I also am able to channel the energy of each planet and allow that planet to speak through you, to you, through me. So if that's something that you would be interested in, you can book on my website. So for today, we've got quite a bit. I've got so much good information about the transits this week, crucial information that you absolutely need to know about the upcoming lunar eclipse on Friday, March 14th. And what we're going to start with, I have this month's highlights, this month's transit highlights for parents of children who are Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius, Pisces, Libra, and Capricorn. And the reason why this is important for you as a parent to know what's going to happen in your child's life, because then you are able to much better support them and guide them through any difficulties that they might experience over the next few weeks. So that is where we will begin. I'm going to start with Pisces. So if you are the parent of a child who in particular has Pisces rising, or you can also use this for Pisces sun, okay? This is what your child will be going through for the rest of the month. So they may be rethinking how to handle their money, their allowance, their savings. They might start questioning how they're spending, and they might actually ask you for more financial independence. They might want a little bit of independence from you in this area over the next few weeks. And don't be surprised if they are feeling a little bit frustrated, if there are delays with them receiving the money that they expect, like for chores or as an allowance. But this is really a good time to help them build better financial habits like budgeting and goal setting, while also teaching them patience when things don't happen immediately like they expect. Now, aside from finances, they will also be reevaluating their friendships and relationships. So they really might start to question, and this is in particular for teenagers, they really might start to question who truly values and respects them. And there could be some social tension within their circles, okay? So this is an opportunity to talk to your child about self-worth, boundaries, and making sure they surround themselves with people who uplift them. Very important. Now, if your child is feeling really sensitive or unsure of themselves, remind them to be gentle on themselves and just to really feel their emotions. If they express a sudden urge to change something like their appearance, like so maybe they want a drastic haircut, a new piercing, or a complete wardrobe overhaul, ask them to wait until Venus retrograde is over. Otherwise, they might regret some of the decisions that they make during this time, and they might feel the need to redo them later on. Also, as Mercury retrograde picks up in the second half of the month, there could be misunderstandings around money around finances, around allowances. So, you know, make sure that communication is open between you and your child. But by the end of the month, there is a fresh start coming with finances due to the solar eclipse, okay? So maybe your child will have a new savings plan. Maybe they'll have an unexpected financial opportunity come up, or maybe they will have a shift in their perspective and they will start feeling more confident about how they handle their resources, okay? Now for Sagittarius rising, your child may be a little bit more reactive or impatient over the next few weeks. And you really might need to practice extra patience and open communication. So if they are involved in creative projects, if there are teams that they play on, if there are hobbies they are involved in, progress might feel a little bit slower than usual. Okay. And instead of pushing them to move forward quickly, really encourage them to use this time where things have really slowed down quite a bit to refine their ideas and approach things more thoughtfully. Now, at the same time, they might feel the need to go back and reconnect with some of their old friends. Okay. And this could be an important period for mending relationships or gaining closure. So encourage your child to reflect on whether these connections are still healthy and whether they are aligned with who they are becoming, the person they are becoming. Now, career-related matters or long-term goals could also face some delays here. Excuse me. If your teen has a job, an internship, or is really focused on academic achievements, progress might feel slow. All right. They might experience miscommunication with authority figures like mentors, professors, or teachers or bosses. Remind them that these challenges are only temporary. Okay. And the lunar eclipse will really highlight their public image, their reputation, or their career path. So they may need to release something related to school, a leadership role, or a personal goal. If they feel frustrated about these changes, remind them that this is just clearing space for something better to come in. And by the end of the month, there's a fresh start in their creative expression, their hobbies, their relationships with younger siblings and children. All right, so that's for Sagittarius. Now we've got Virgo, parents of Virgo rising, Virgo sun children. So this month, there's a strong focus on your child's 8th house of shared resources. So they may be rethinking how they manage money, their allowances, if there's any financial agreements. And if they're old enough to have a job or savings, they may need to reassess their spending, if they have any debt, or if there's any shared financial responsibility. Relationships might also feel a little bit challenging this month for these Virgo rising teens and young adults. If they've been struggling with friendships or close connections, there could be tension that comes to the surface that really requires a deep conversation. A past relationship, whether a close friend or an old crush, may resurface, and that could bring up unresolved feelings for your teen, okay? And this is a really great time to help them to reflect on what they need or what they require in relationships and friendships. Now, career and academic growth is also highlighted. Jupiter will be in their 10th house, so there's the potential for recognition, a leadership role, or an exciting new opportunity. However, if your child is doing too much and pushing too hard with school, extracurricular activities, and jobs, encourage them to set boundaries and to prioritize their rest, because burnout is a real possibility for these Virgo rising teens and young adults. The lunar eclipse will also bring a turning point in their relationships, their partnerships, or collaborations. So it could mean the end of a friendship or a shift in an academic or extracurricular partnership for your child, okay? And this change may be a little bit difficult, but help them to see that change and new things happening always opens up the door for more aligned relationships and opportunities. Gemini rising and Gemini sun. Now with Venus retrograde moving through their 11th house, your Gemini rising child might want to reconnect with old friends or get back in touch with old groups, reaffiliate themselves with old groups or organizations. This is an important time for them to really reevaluate their friendships and social connections. That's what this lunar eclipse is all about for Gemini. If your child is involved in artistic work, this is a great time for them to refine their vision of what they really want to accomplish. And they may also need to rethink their social media presence or how they engage with the world. Help them navigate this by discussing healthy boundaries and healthy ways of expressing themselves. Now, if there have been any questions about moving, your child or adolescent could be experiencing some emotional turmoil, okay, that really might be affecting their sense of stability and belonging. Just be patient and supportive as they're going through these emotional challenges at this time. Now, after March 21st, after the sun goes into Aries, for these Gemini rising and Gemini sun children, their social life or team involvement is going to become even more active, whether through clubs, group activities, or new friendships. They will feel drawn to really spending time with their peers or in group settings. And if they've been feeling a little bit isolated, this energy will help to bring them back out into the social setting and not so much tucked away at home all by themselves. But here's the best part for Gemini. By the end of the month, new financial opportunities could emerge. So it could be a new allowance structure or a new job opportunity. And it can mark the beginning of a more empowered approach to money for Gemini rising and Gemini sun children. Now, Libra rising, Libra sun, teens and young adults. Mercury retrograde is going to be going through their 7th house of partnerships, okay? So misunderstandings are probably going to happen. So misunderstandings, delays, confusion in close relationships. So it could be with friends, teammates, or even teachers. Your child might feel like they are not being heard or that communication is just really off. Old friends might pop up again, either for closure or a second chance. But this month is not only about friendships for Libra, it's also about collaborating in a group or a school partnership. So encourage your child to be clear with their words and to ask questions when they're not sure about something and to avoid rushing into a commitment that they might later regret. The lunar eclipse for Libra could bring an ending to a job, an activity, or a responsibility. So if something in your child's schedule has been a little bit overwhelming or unfulfilling, the eclipse may push them to really let go and make space for something better. Here's the good news for Libra, though. By the end of the month, a fresh start emerges in their relationships, whether it's a new friendship, a strengthened connection with a friend already, an older friend, or a powerful new collaboration. They'll really start to get a sense of the people who belong in their life. And finally, Capricorn rising, Capricorn sun children, teens, young adults. So this month is going to be all about home, family, and having a sense of stability for these children. They'll be in a reflective period over the next few weeks where they're really reviewing and rethinking their foundations and their personal and their academic life. So Mercury retrograde is going to be going through their 4th house of home and family. So unresolved issues related to home or family dynamics may come up again. And your child may feel more emotional about things that happened in the past as they are remembering. And this could be a good time to encourage an open conversation about their experience. If there are unspoken tensions within the family or amongst siblings, this retrograde period really gives you the opportunity to try to work through these, so keep that in mind. On a practical level, your child may also be focused on changes at home. Maybe they're redecorating their room, maybe you guys are renovating, or maybe they're just reorganizing everything. So if they've been asking for a change in their room or their routine, they might feel motivated to make those changes right now. But also remind them Mercury retrograde can bring some delays. So we've got to have some amount of patience with anything that we are redoing right now. And at the same time, they're going to be reevaluating their goals, their sense of direction. They might even be questioning their academic path, their extracurricular activities, or their long-term aspirations. But this is also a great month. And with the family, there could be some financial tensions that come up, some problems with budgeting. Maybe mom or dad, we feel a little bit strapped for cash a little bit, and your child might be concerned. So it's a great time to teach your child patience and mindful decision making when it comes to spending money, teaching them to avoid impulsive purchases that they may later regret, and not spending money on things that don't really align with their needs. So by the end of the month, though, this is what I love. There's a new beginning in the home, family, or living situation. There could be a change in the family dynamic or a fresh perspective on what home means for your child. Okay, so keep that in mind, parents of Capricorn Sun, Capricorn rising children. Okay, so for this week, the transits, really big things going on. So today, Tuesday, March 11th, Mercury is conjunct Venus retrograde at 8 degrees of Aries. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication and our thinking process. And Venus represents love, beauty, pleasure, money, how we relate to people. So when we put these two together, Mercury wants to think about and verbalize everything that Venus retrograde has been reviewing and rethinking. So the energy of Venus in Aries retrograde is all about relating to others in a way that does not compromise our independence and our individuality. So for example, the energy of Venus in Aries retrograde may have caused you to silently be thinking about how friendships or relationships have hindered your freedom, your individual expression. And this energy may have also caused you to desire some type of financial freedom. And now Mercury is going to act as a megaphone for that Venus retrograde and articulate everything that we've been rethinking. So this week, you or those around you may be speaking out about boundaries that have been crossed in relationships and friendships, and how it's something that's absolutely got to change. So this week, if you feel empowered to speak your truth, and especially if you're a parent with young children, and your children are watching you really verbalize and articulate for yourself and set clear boundaries, it's a life lesson they will never forget. Now tomorrow, Wednesday, March 12th, we've got Sun conjunct Saturn at 22 degrees of Pisces, and this Sun conjunct Saturn transit happens once a year. So tomorrow's our day. The Sun is all about our ego, our identity, vitality, and Saturn is the planet of discipline, commitment, and focus. And Saturn can teach difficult lessons if we lack structure. So when we combine these two powerhouses, you might be feeling really serious about where you are going and very focused on what it will take to get there, what it will take to succeed. You may feel determined to put in the difficult work to make it to where you want to be during this time, okay? Feeling like you really want to buckle down and get it done. So this is a great time to write a plan and to be disciplined. And you'll get a boost of energy in this direction with Saturn helping you out. Also, if you've already been putting in the time, the effort, and the commitment with your goals, especially goals related to creativity, spirituality, or healing, there may be something that happens that really validates your hard work and your dedication. So for example, if you're a musician the way that my father was a professional musician. Maybe you've really been working toward a major goal or a major performance. And if you've been disciplined, committed, and focused, this could be the time where you absolutely shine. This transit will also give you the opportunity to recommit yourself to your spiritual or creative pursuits with discipline. But there's a caveat here. If you have not been applying yourself with discipline, with focus, with commitment, there could be a situation that comes up over the next few days where that is brought to your attention and you're made aware of it, okay? Now, another side of this transit, Sun-Saturn, is that responsibilities and obligations might seem absolutely overwhelming. And if this happens for you, it's important to maintain a sense of balance and not to take on more than you can handle. That's very important. Because the shadow side here of Saturn's energy is limitation and restriction, which can show up when we don't enforce proper boundaries around our time and our energy. And I have to tell you, yesterday my son told me he had batting practice at one location in Houston. I'm like, good, okay, I know exactly where we're going. We're halfway there, and he tells me, oh no, it's another location that was 30 minutes out of the way. And I felt absolutely overwhelmed. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is Sun Saturn. I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling all the responsibility, all of the obligation. I can breathe and make it through this. So if you hit one of those moments, especially if you're a parent, realize that it's only temporary and we are all going to work our way through this together. Now, for the biggie, the full moon lunar eclipse at 23 degrees of Virgo this Friday, March 14th. This full moon eclipse will be ruled by Mercury in Aries. And listen, Mercury will be stationary, will not be moving because he's preparing to go retrograde, okay? So with this eclipse, you will really feel the need to release and to let go of anything that is holding you back from reaching your highest potential. And it will feel like a full moon on steroids, especially for people with natal planets or angles or points like the North Node or the South Node around 23 degrees of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, or Sagittarius. And, I have a planet. One of my natal planets is at 25 degrees of Virgo, 2 degrees away from where this lunar eclipse is going to hit. And it's Tuesday, and I'm already feeling this. And, we can feel the eclipse up to 2 weeks before in a really strong way, or 2 weeks after. And things can continue to happen for up to 6 months. But you could already be feeling the energy, or your child, if either one of you has planets, angles, or points around 23 degrees of Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, or Pisces. And because of the proximity of the South Node to this full moon, you might feel absolutely exhausted, like you've lost all of your energy. The energy that you normally have, you just don't have it, and you've got to take a break and rest. And if so, honor that. Listen to your body and take a break and rest. Like I mentioned earlier, this eclipse is all about ending things, clearing things out, releasing things that are not serving you anymore. So when I was tapping into the energy intuitively of this eclipse, my guides showed me the 8 of Cups tarot card. And for those of you who know, you'll remember that card is all about leaving situations that are not good for you anymore, leaving toxic situations that may be draining you of your energy. And these situations, it could be a relationship, it could be a friendship, it could be a job, a home. Maybe you guys are planning to move. It could be emotional baggage that you've been carrying around for years. Or it could also be like unwanted and unneeded possessions in your home. Maybe you want to clear the clutter. Now, there may be some heaviness with this, but there's also the realization that, hey, I really cannot continue to operate in this way anymore. I've got to release this. I've got to let it go. And then with that, you'll feel the need like, yeah, I'm going to allow something new and something different to come in. With this release, I'm opening the door for something better. Now, intuitively, I also feel there will be major developments on the world stage and world events, and that these events will cause people to have significant realizations and internal shifts, okay? So there could be shocking news, shocking developments, or information that's revealed over the next 2 weeks. Another thing that I picked up intuitively with this transit, I felt like I was in a pressure cooker, and that the pressure needed to be released. And I'm not talking about just pressure in society. I also was feeling pressure of tectonic plates, like when we have an earthquake or a geological disturbance. So over the next couple weeks, we could see something along those lines taking place. Okay. So I'm giving you permission to really trust what you feel. Trust what you feel. And if something feels off, pay attention and honor your intuition, not what everybody else is saying. Honor what you are feeling. Now, also on Friday, March 14th, the sun will sextile Uranus at 24 degrees of Pisces to 24 degrees of Taurus. The sun is about our identity, our ego, our vitality, and Uranus is the planet of sudden change, freedom, breakthroughs, revolution. So this is a really energizing combination that emphasizes themes around freedom and independence. So you might be comfortable on this day being different or taking an unexplored approach. You might want to do something new, something original, and you might even experience a spark of genius when it comes to your creativity. So this will be the same day as the eclipse. So this wild card energy will be in the mix for the eclipse as well. So let's have fun with this one. All right. And finally, on Saturday, March 15th, Mercury will station retrograde at 9 degrees of Aries. And Mercury will be 3 degrees away from Venus retrograde. So this will be a time where we are, again, reviewing, we are reflecting about how we communicate, what our values are, how we spend our time, and how we nurture ourselves and each other. And even you might be focused on your relationship with your mother or mother figure or other women in your family. So with Mercury retrograde, again, we're also reviewing, we are rethinking, we are redoing, reorganizing. So it's not really the time to start anything new, a new project, a new enterprise. It's time to finish up and wrap up what we've left undone when it comes to Mercury retrograde. And it's also time to question things that we've been told, things that we've always believed, and to ascertain whether or not it resonates with who we are today. So with all of this wonderful energy this week, I really hope that you use it to its highest potential. Please set the intention to use it to its highest potential and practice a high degree of awareness when it comes to how your children may be feeling with the energy as well. So the stars may guide us. We're at the end of the show, and I like to remind you all the stars may guide us, but we ultimately hold the power to shape our own destiny. So keep shining bright, keep radiating your light, and I hope you have a wonderful week. I'll see you here again next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Yes, we're still alive and kicking here in the southeast Queensland, or Queensland and New South Wales here in Australia, after ex-tropical cyclone Alfred crossed the coast last week. And it's only just this morning is the sun out after about, seems like forever. So I'm a sunshine person. So it's nice to see the sun shining, and we can all probably start to get back to normal, and people can start to get electricity and phone services back on again and get their lives back into normal. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is a really nice one. It's called the Two of Cups. It's the peace of mind. It's the card of joining together of two people. So this can be a relationship, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a love relationship. This can be people sort of coming together and sort of organising things or doing things where it takes more than one person. So I think it's a very apt card, particularly here in Australia at the moment, where a lot of people are joining together and sort of trying to make the cleanup as seamless as possible and get people's lives back to normal. But for the rest of the world, it's a time now to sort of look at who might be around, who can be the person that may be able to help you, or maybe you're going to be the one that's going to give somebody else some help. Sometimes I think that, you know, just even a smile, sort of asking somebody how their day is, just taking an interest, can be the difference between a very, very lonely life and not feeling as if anybody cares, to having somebody just asking a simple little sentence like that can really brighten your day, can really make your day. There's a lot of lonely people out there, and they're not always people that live alone. They just don't have that human contact of somebody taking an interest in them and asking them how things are in their world. And I mean, I think that's really important. This day of modern technology where everybody's so busy, I think we've forgotten the art of a few common decent manners wouldn't go astray. So this week it's interesting. We've still got a lot of emphasis on Pisces, and no, that's not where all the water came from. I know a lot of people sort of think that when there's a lot of planetary configurations in water or air or fire or whatever, that's what creates the things that sort of happen. It does correlate to a certain point, but it's not the cause of it. You know, the cause of why we had a tropical cyclone here so low down in Queensland is just one of those things. You know, we hadn't had one for 50 years, and then we had one 75 years ago. So, you know, like, they do happen, they just don't happen frequently. And the same for other weather events around the world. You know, I know that there's been a lot of flooding in Wales and England and places like that, and the US, you know, you've had nothing but, you know, tornadoes and fires and floods, and it's just happening in lots of locations around the world. And my firm belief is part of it is connected to global warming. It's not just a once in a 50-year event. These are happening more often, and we've all got to start to take notice of that. So anyway, the stars this week, we've got the sun in Pisces for the, you know, happy birthday to all the Pisceans. It's a very positive time for them. It's their time of the year to shine. And I have lots of Pisces family and friends, and happy birthday to everybody in the Pisces realm of the world. So we have the sun conjunct or holding hand Saturn, the planet of discipline. So Saturn is sort of saying here to Pisceans, it's time to get your act together. It's a time to be structured, to be rigid, to be disciplined, to be organised, to be sort of take a leaf out of a grown-up's book, I suppose, because Pisceans don't always want to grow up. They sort of want to tend to sort of not so much live in a fantasy world, but stay as young as they possibly can for as long as they possibly can. And there is nothing wrong with that. Believe me, there isn't. I think some of the other signs could take a leaf out of the Pisces book and, you know, smile a little bit and laugh a little bit and sort of have a little bit of fun, be a little bit childish sometimes instead of being so serious all the time and never having any fun or joy in your lives. But Saturn here is saying it's time to sort of grow up. It's time to sort of take charge. You know, there may be areas of your life that need sorting out, whether they be official situations, government situations, or legal situations. Now's the time to take the bull by the horns, because you've got everything working in your power. You can charm people with your unamizable charm that you have. You know, you're able to spin a story and tell a good yarn. So now's the time to do so, but you can do it in a very, very structured sort of way. We also have, I was going to say something conjuncting the North Node. Oh, the North Node is actually conjuncting Neptune in Pisces also. Now, the North Node is showing us the way forward. So when I'm talking about Pisces, I'm also talking about the other water signs, which is Cancer and Scorpio and the opposite sign of Virgo. It is washing over the rest of the remaining 8 signs, but not as intense. So the North Node is not actually a planet. It's showing us the way forward. It's showing us where we need to be striving for perfection, where we need to be striving to sort of achieve things in our lives. Now, the North Node is actually conjunct or holding hands Neptune in Pisces at the moment. Now, Neptune is the ruling planet of Pisces. It's been there for a while now. Hasn't got much longer to go now before it'll move on into Aries. So the North Node is sort of saying to you, look, really grab hold of this last little bit of this Neptunian energy, of your own energy, Pisces, and sort of work with it. Show the brilliance of what you've got. You know, you may be able to find some breakthroughs here in some issues or situations or problems that have been troubling you. And if it's not that, it's showing you what the reality of the world around you really is. I've had a lot of Pisces sort of say to me, oh, wow, I didn't think that person was like that, and you sort of shake your head and think, yeah, well, we've known that for years. You're just getting on board with the rest of us. But it's been a realization for them, and Neptune is working in this way to sort of clear the fog, or sort of be able to sort of transparently see the people and the situations in your life that you're dealing with. And this doesn't come easily to Pisces, because they like to tend to sort of see the good in everybody and don't like to tend to see the self-centeredness or the selfishness, or people are only sort of one-sided in the friendship. It comes as quite a shock to them that they have to readjust their thinking and readjust how they approach that person, or how they communicate, or the relationship moves forward in a more grown-up sort of fashion. So again, Saturn's working his magic here, as well as Neptune, and it's sort of a combination of everything, that it's sort of turning the lights on for the first time in many situations here for Pisces, that they can really see everything for what it truly is. And yes, some of them will be a little bit disillusioned, but once you readjust your thinking and look at things and say, well, I don't have to end the friendship just because they're selfish and self-absorbed. I just have to approach it in a different way, where I'm not being used or abused or being taken advantage of, but I can still retain the friendship. So there's always a positive to come out of things. Not everything is black or white. There's more shades of grey than anything else. Now, we move on to Mercury. Now, Mercury is conjunct or holding hands Venus in Aries. Now, Venus in Aries is going retrograde. This is not something that happens very often. It's a very rare phenomena. So it is something that has sort of caught us all a little bit off guard. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Now, Mercury sort of wants to get his point across all the time. No matter which way it comes out, he wants to get his point across, whether you're listening or not. He'll be there in full force, and particularly seeming at the moment as if being a little bit bossy or a little bit bombastic, or sort of, you know, a very much a me first tendency, very much taking on board the Aries energy. You know, I'm asking you to take notice of me. I'm the first one in the queue here. I'm the one that's the most important. I'm the one that needs my answers answered right this second. And, you know, particularly when it comes to matters of the heart. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection. It is where we look for love in the chart, but it's also the things where we look for the things that we love or love to do. So it's the things that can give us pleasure. Now, with Venus going retrograde at the moment, it doesn't mean all love relationships or new love relationships are doomed from the beginning. What it's sort of suggesting to you is have a broader open mind. Have a mind where you look past sort of things. Not necessarily do you agree with everything that you don't like, but you sort of look at it and sort of try and look at it in a much broader context and say, okay, why did I attract somebody with those sort of qualities? What am I sending out to the universe? What has changed in me that I'm now looking to bring in somebody that 6 months ago would have rubbed me up the wrong way and I wouldn't have looked twice at? What are the lessons here? What do I need to learn? What do I need to adjust to? It's not asking you to give up your principles. It's just asking you to broaden them a little bit and say, hang on a minute, maybe there's other ways of looking at things, or allowing other people to have differences of opinion. They don't always have to be mine. And I think that's the hardest thing when we go into a new relationship. We go in all starry-eyed and sort of everything's wonderful with the world, and then all of a sudden the wheels start falling off the car. All of a sudden this person isn't what we thought they were. They're still the same person. It's just that we've taken that initial glowing, you can't do anything wrong banner off them, and now we're starting to see the real person. So what Venus is asking you to do here is look at it and say to yourself, does this really annoy me? Is it really destructive? Is it really something I can't live with? Or is it teaching me to be a bit more flexible, to be a bit more broad-minded, to expand my horizons and bring in a different type of relationship, a new type of relationship? Because obviously if I was single before this transit came along and I've just met somebody, then previous situations or the way that I looked at things weren't working. So this is really interesting because it's asking you to stretch your horizons. It's not saying to throw out all your belief systems out the window. If you don't particularly like somebody that drinks alcohol, then I'm not asking you to all of a sudden fall in love with an alcoholic. What I'm asking you to do is sort of look at the whole situation. If it's somebody that likes a glass of wine with dinner once a week, they're not an alcoholic. Maybe that's something that you can overlook. But if it's somebody that has a need to drink alcohol every day, then that's maybe not for you. So it's sort of asking you to assess case by case, situation by situation, and maybe also it's asking us to look at ourselves at what are the things that we really love to do, or what are the new things that we may be bringing into our lives that may be more acceptable now than what they once were, that we just automatically used to dismiss things because that's how we thought when we were 18 and now we're 50. We should have maybe a little bit broader outlook on life than what we did then, because sometimes when we're in our early, our late teens, early 20s, the world is very black and white and we're very dogmatic on how we see things. And it's as we gain our wisdom and we grow a little bit older with the numbers on the piece of paper that says how old we are in chronological years, do we start to shift the goalposts. We start to become more, not so much patient with things, but we look at things through a different lens and we sort of say, okay, that's not quite as bad as what I once thought it was. No, it's not for me, but look, if you want to do that, that's fine. Just don't bring it near me. We have a different understanding. Instead of being very black and white, we bring in more shades of grey. Now, Uranus is still sitting in Taurus. Now, it's interesting because Uranus has been there for a long time, coming in trying to sort of stabilise things in a Taurian fashion after creating havoc. Now, Uranus comes in like the bolt of lightning, tips everything upside down, and then all of a sudden it brings a stability behind that, because it's saying that the energies that were sitting in Taurus were blocked. And it was like, if you keep trying to shove something down your throat, eventually it will come out. And it doesn't always come out in the most pleasant of ways, because we are ignoring or avoiding sort of making choices or decisions that we know that we have to make, but we keep telling ourselves everything's okay, everything's okay. And while we keep convincing ourselves that everything's okay, we believe it will be okay. Then Uranus says, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going to sort of show you that this is not acceptable. And bang, sometimes then things happen that aren't so pleasant in the form of an accident or a fall or a change that we weren't expecting. And then we sort of say, where'd that come from? Well, it's been building for some time if you really wanted to be truthful with yourself. So this has really been affecting the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So when I was talking about Mercury before, I forgot to mention that it was I mentioned it was in Aries, and it was affecting mainly the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So we're now going to work with Jupiter in Libra. Jupiter's been sitting in Libra for a while now, in Gemini, I beg your pardon, for a while now. So Jupiter is really sort of starting to ramp up his time there, because he's wanting Geminis to really start to think outside the square a bit. Use this opportunity to get some really great projects off the ground, expand your horizons, do something different, get out of your rut. Don't sit there and say, woe is me, or I can't do this because of that. It's time to sort of really have a good, long, hard look around you and see what opportunities may be there. So this is really sort of shining on the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So don't waste it. It won't be there for much longer. It's time now for you to really sort of start to expand those horizons. We're going to take our first caller, which is Vanessa in Winnipeg in Canada. Are you there, Vanessa?
Hi there.
Hi, Vanessa. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
About my finances.
Okay. Finances is a very big question at the moment. A lot of people are sort of really struggling to sort of make them stretch the way that they want to. The first thing that they're showing me from Spirit, Vanessa, is that you've still got a little bit of work to do on this. I know that you've been working hard on trying to sort of get everything sort of more streamlined and get it into a position where you sort of feel like as if you're back in the driver's seat. And look, I'm going to say, you know, hats off to you. You've done really well so far, but they're still showing me that there's a little bit of time before we turn that corner till we start to sort of feel as if, I can breathe a sigh of relief now. Now, look, I know we're in March. They're showing me around late May through to about July. And by the time we hit July, you seem to really sort of start to see all the hard work that you've done is starting to pay off, that, you know, things are starting to improve. Is there potentially an opportunity there for a little bit more money to come through the door, Vanessa? You know, could there be a pay rise at work or?
Yeah, like right now I'm not, like I'm working, but I'm just not making enough.
Right. Okay. So does that mean then that you're looking for another job that'll pay better?
Yes.
Yeah, because they were showing me a change with the actual income structure in April. Sort of like there was certainly going to be an increase. So if there's no potential of increase with the job that you're in there now, then maybe there'll be another job in April, because they were showing me sort of like a sharp uptick in money in April, in early April, but it was going to take like till about July before you start to say, oh, phew, I can breathe now. You know what I mean? I'm starting to get on top of this, that things are starting to work. And sweetie, it's no fault of your own. It's just been, you know, a series of things that all sort of happened, you know, like one after the other. And as you got through one crisis, you came out of that, you sort of headed into the next one. There really hasn't been any reprieve there to really play catch up. And it's, you know, it's not that you're a bad money manager or anything. It's just this is, you know, the hand that life has dealt you at the moment. They were also showing me around August that there's a question mark around where you're living. So is that sort of, not necessarily was I picking up a move as such, but is there something that you've been desperate, you wanted to do in the home that you haven't been able to do financially?
And
like buy a new piece of furniture or something?
What I want to do is find something that's cheaper and more close to family.
Oh, okay. All right. So that it is a move then.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, they were showing me in August, everything was sunshining around the house, as if whatever decisions or choices that you make then, you really feel as if you flung the door open to sunshine. And I could actually see the purchase of another piece of furniture at that time as well. So that's why I sort of went down that path, not so much the move, because I wasn't sure what they were showing me. And then all of a sudden they showed me a new couch. So maybe, just maybe, when you make the move and you sort of feel that, you know, your finances are in, you know, better shape than what they were, that you can splurge on something new for you that, you know, really brings a smile to your face.
Like the thing is my lease is up June 15th, so I don't want to sign on for another lease. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they were showing me by August you were really happy, and that was when they were showing me that you know, new purchase of maybe a couch or something new for the house. So if you've got to leave there by June 15th, I'm not saying you're there after that, but what I'm saying is by the time we get to August, I could see you just sort of exhaling and saying, oh, how lovely, you know, I can breathe again. Like, you know, money's better, you're happy where you're living, you've bought something new for, you know, your place of abode, and you're sort of really starting to feel as if you're finally back on the track of you're back in control again. So I think that's where we, you know, should be aiming for, Vanessa. You will find what you're looking for and it will be cheaper. So, you know, let's gear the new job around, you know, the area that maybe you want to move to.
Yeah, like, so about a job situation, do you see anything of that nature coming to me soon?
Yeah, I said earlier in the reading, I felt as early as next month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave you now, Vanessa. We're going to talk with Irene in Edinburgh in Scotland. Are you there, Irene?
This call will be recorded.
Hi there.
Hi, Irene. Hello. How can I help you today, sweetie? Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetheart?
Love life, really. I was just wondering if there's anybody out there for me at all.
So you just want me to have a look at what's generally going on in your life. Is that correct, Irene? You didn't have a specific question?
Yeah, just a general read on what's going on around me at the moment, and if there's any kind of love life relationship.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I always ask if there's a particular question, Irene, just to make sure that we've covered what you want to know. The first thing that Spirit is showing me or sharing with me for you is that there's a number of endings, changes and transformations that are taking place around you, and they're slowly starting to build in momentum. So would it be fair to say since about October, November last year, you've started to feel just the winds of change just gently blowing through your life, sort of nothing major yet, but you can feel the momentum building, that there's going to be change coming into your life? Is that what you've been feeling?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's good. And look, I don't want you to try and force it. I want you to just go with it. You know, like if it's taking a very slow pace, that's okay. We'll work with that. We don't necessarily have to try and push and poke things and move things along, because sometimes when we do that, we actually slow up the process. Instead of allowing things to develop in their own pace, we try and sort of hurry it along, and because we think it will get there faster, but we actually delay the process. What they were also showing me was that there's a dark-headed man re-entering your life that I'm going to say was from your past, and I'm assuming it was a love interest because they're telling me to be cautious. I don't know what he looked like as far as front, I'm not seeing his face. I'm only seeing him from the back, and I'm only seeing very dark hair, almost black hair, and I keep getting this very, very uncomfortable feeling. I can feel my body tensing as if, oh my goodness, even the sheer thought of him or his name sort of sends you all on edge. So I want to use this as a marker in time, Irene. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that you have any connection with him, or if he reaches out to you on social media or you bump into him in the street or the local supermarket, that you even stop and give him the time of day. He's one of these people that if you were to be polite and that's all you'd be, he would take that in a way that, oh, she's still interested in me, she still loves me, she wants me back. No, we don't want him back. I just want to use that as a marker in time. Even if you only see him out of the corner of your eye and you duck down the other aisle in the supermarket and think, gee, that was a lucky escape, I'm getting out of here. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be a conversation. That's sort of showing me after that sort of happened, within about 4 or 5 weeks after that, you are going to actually meet somebody who is the right sort of connection, the right person for you. And this man has got much, much lighter hair. It's not exactly blonde like mine, but it's certainly a sort of a very dark blonde, light brown sort of, if he got out in the sun, I think he'd have a few different shades, as if he'd been to the hairdressers, and he'd had, tips or foils or something like that put in his hair, but he isn't. It's his natural hair colour. He's got light bluey greeny coloured eyes. He's got a really nice smile on his face. He strikes me as a very happy-go-lucky sort of guy. Look, I don't think much gets him down. He seems to have a very even temper. The two of you sort of meet through some friends, and it's not friends trying to matchmake you. It's just a group of people are getting together to celebrate something, and everybody's brought somebody else with them, like somebody that might be at a loose end has joined in the festivities as well. And the two of you meet at sort of instant. The two of you really like each other. The conversation flows. You actually find out he doesn't live that far away, 5 minutes, 10 minutes drive away from where you live. He does work outside, and he seems to like working with his hands. He's not a real pub goer type of person. He'd prefer to be home doing something with his hands, creating something, making something. He sort of, he seems to be very happy. He's always whistling or singing or whatever when he's working. He sort of never seems to have a bad day. I'm sure he has one every now and then, but he genuinely seems to be very happy. Look, I think the relationship will grow at a reasonable sort of pace. It's not going to be, real fast, and it's not going to be real slow. It's just a nice, steady sort of pace. The two of you get to know each other. Within 12 months, I think the two of you are talking futures and sort of talking about who's going to move to where and what's happening with our lives. But it's a very, very nice sort of situation. Irene, the other thing that they were sharing with me is you've got to stop being so tough on yourself. I think sometimes I think you're far too tough on yourself, aren't you? You set these boundaries so high that you sometimes can't even reach them.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And it's not saying, what, sweetie?
That's true. I do that.
Yeah, and it's not saying don't have high principles, Irene. It's saying maybe make them just a tad lower so that you can achieve them and surpass what you were hoping to achieve. And then you can sit back and say, gee, that was good. Look how well I did. You know what I mean? So that you can really feel the pride in yourself of what you were able to achieve, where if you're always constantly setting that bar just that little bit too high and you can't quite touch it, it's like a disappointment then rocks through your soul, and it's sort of like it takes another little chunk out of you that sort of says, oh, maybe I'm not good enough. And I want to reverse that. I want you to start to believe in yourself more and say, well, look, I did really, really well. I achieved that, and I surpassed what I was even aiming to achieve, because that's really good for the soul, and it gives the soul sort of like an energy drink that, you know, it's ready to go again and ready to try and achieve even better outcomes next time. But if there's constant disappointment all the time, then that starts to sort of erode away at the soul and sort of says, oh, well, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I'm not worthy, maybe I'm not this, maybe I'm not that. And we don't want that to happen. I mean, you know, I think life is hard enough at the moment in the world with so many changes and weather events and everything and politics and everything that's going on. If we can try and keep our soul on an upbeat scale, I think that's important for us as individuals, and hopefully then that'll flow over to some of the decision makers around the world, where they won't be in such a negative Nelly sort of time, you know, frame of the way that they look at things. And maybe, you know, one person at a time, we can slowly start to change the world. And I know we all sort of think, well, it's only little old me, but by each person changing their way of looking at their own piece of the universe, it does collectively gather momentum. And I know that this year is going to be good for you, Irene. You know, you've worked hard. You know, we've just got to stop you being so tough on yourself. So I hope that's helped you, Irene, because we've got to leave it there. So I hope that's been of benefit to you, sweetie.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. And enjoy your beautiful part of the world in Edinburgh. So that's where we're leaving, Irene. Look, it's always nice to talk to people from different parts of the world. I'm in Australia, and I get to talk with and work with lots of people around the world. And you know, collectively, we all have the same issues. We might just be in a different location and maybe have a slightly different way of how we approach a situation or a problem. But we are all connected. We are all connected by energy, and nothing happens by accident. You know, the people that phone into the show that get to speak to me or one of the other amazing psychics on the network, it's meant to be. It's the way the universe has set it up. So don't be disappointed if you miss out on the psychic that you want to talk to. Just know that the universe wants you to talk to someone else. So this week I'm going to leave you with a beautiful old song by the Commodores or Lionel Richie, and it's one of my favourite songs. I didn't know what I was going to share with you this week, and this one just sort of jumped out at me out of my list of songs that I scroll through each week before the show, and it's called Stuck on You. And I think it's a beautiful love song, and you know, plenty of times I think we need to be stuck on our partners or the ones that we love, and it's just a beautiful, happy, joyful love song. So until next week, enjoy Lionel Richie and Stuck on You.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Mystic Bee Spiritual Insights. This is episode 3, and I am Anna Marie, your host. Thanks so much for tuning in, and as always, trusting me to be part of your journey. My hope is that we're all connecting with open minds and some grace, and together we're going to make it a great show. So, one of the things that I wanted to kind of clarify, last week, we ran out of a little bit of time, and I had some messages that I had meditated on and received, but I wasn't able to deliver. So this first part of the